Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, August the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. Now, just want to try to help and up $2. Good for you. And welcome to the room. So Willow, or Will to Win, I'm not sure how I can help you because I know this link is working. Let me try it one more time right in front of you. So I'm just going to So I'm going to my scans. There's my scans are right there. I'm going to click on the link and it immediately loads into a new tab. I highlight it. Okay, so now I can copy the link. Control C, I copy the link and then file, load from cloud. And that link has already been pasted in. If for some reason that link is not pasted in, then you would have to paste it in, but it's already copied in. And then I load. And there it is. So I don't know what's happening. If you were you getting data yesterday? Because that's the only other thing I can think of that your exchange agreements weren't filled out or something like that. I don't know how I can help you, honestly, because I know everything is working. And if you've got a green ball, how about other data? Are you getting other data? Okay, as I wait, well, guys, okay, Walmart, at least Walmart did not come out with horrible earnings, okay? So WNT, in fact, we got a little bit of a pop with Walmart. The reason we're talking about Walmart, of course, is that 3 months ago, I think Walmart and then Target the next day really caused a big slide in the market. I think the market was really taken aback by what Walmart said and then what Target said the following day. So, but we've got a little bit of a pop for Walmart today, so at least we don't have to worry about that. Forza FRZA. This is a delayed reaction. This was Thursday, really IPO on Thursday. Friday, no big action at all. And now maybe a little bit of well, obviously not a little bit, but I mean a 50-cent pump on 6.5 million shares. Just give me a moment here as the music's just a little bit loud. Here we go. And then the other one, TGL, of course, this was the huge one from last week in terms of an IPO. They got all the way up to $20, and it's having a bit of a surge again this morning. Yeah, Megel again, MEGL. Got to be awfully careful with this one though. Got to be careful. 22% up 22%. This is the super crazy one that got up to from about 4 to 250 in one day on their IPO day last week. Ally, ALLY. This is an earnings play, not an earnings play, sorry, not an earnings play. So trying to see if there's any specific reason for this one. I don't see any specific reason for Ally being up. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it. Unless this is one of the 9 stocks that Warren Buffett bought in the second quarter. I know there were a lot of 13F filings yesterday. Oh, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Two. Yeah, I was just saw that headline now, right there. 9 stocks that he bought, and as I scroll down, I see Ally being one of them. Albo, ALBO. The gap down on earnings, big gap down on earnings. Oh, a big haircut. Look at this, 25% down. ALBO. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And by the way, the person who asked about how to see, I saw another answer regarding columns. I mean, this is what I do though. I mean, I like to see this box all the time. So that box, if you type in SVB, if you click on file, this is Interactive Brokers, and then in your search, and if you type in SVB, no, it's not SVB. What is it again? SLB. SLB. And then right underneath it says SLB rates, and this box will pop up. And I like to have this box up and up all the time. It tells me exactly how many shares are available to short at Interactive Brokers. ZY is, I think it's an earnings play, and it's gap up for it, 22%. Decent volume to start. So ZY, 200-day moving average is, it's a little over 4, so it's looming above it. G-Box, another small one, earnings play. G-Box, another earnings play, up 20%, lots of volume, 17 million in the float, so it's low float. This will trade the float easily today. NU, I think this is another small earnings play. NU, yeah, another earnings play. NU. ADES, ADES, earnings play. ADS, ADES. I did not realize this was under a dollar. Is it under a dollar? I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Eyes are. It's not under a dollar. It's up 64 cents. I thought it was 64 cents. Anyway, so ADES, getting close to the 200-day moving average. 591 is the 200-day moving average. You know, this has been one that has just been, I don't want to say on fire, but just steadily on the way up, up, BBWI, and it's an earnings play today. Kind of, well, it was up, okay, it was up on earnings. It was up at 40.97. So it's down a little bit, but BBBY, when you would think this is obviously a Bed Bath & Beyond competitor, but they're obviously doing a lot better. And I don't think this is a meme stock. Hi, good morning. Good morning, YouTubers. And Genie, out of the bottle, Genie, Geni, is an earnings play. Another one getting closer to about a dollar away from the 200-day moving average. Another earnings play. So it'll pop up for it, 9.5%. DNA, another earnings play. DNA, another earnings play. Again, below the 200-day moving average. 21%, lots of volume. Big float though, 781 million in the float. This is a gap down, SVFD. SVFD is a gap down on a financing. They're doing a financing at $3, so market is thumping them, 36% down. You know, you might want to pay attention to Target also, TGT, okay? I mean, Target, of course, has earnings tomorrow, followed last month or in the last quarter, followed the day after Walmart's earnings. So there's Target though, so maybe a precursor for Target not having, maybe will follow suit in terms of following Walmart today. Here's one that haven't seen. I'm not sure I've ever really seen it. ESOA, the Energy Services of America. So they have earnings tomorrow, before the market opens tomorrow. It's not very much volume, okay, but it is up 20%, maybe in advance of their earnings tomorrow. You know, keep an eye on this one also. This REBN, which gave me a pretty good trade the day of the IPO, but absolutely no follow through whatsoever. You know, it got up to what, $13 or so, 12.45. Closed way down here though at 472. Yesterday, no good action. But like those other, like Forza FRZA, and I think one other one, maybe trying to come back a little bit. So that is our REBN. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. Here's one, guys, that has just been steady again. Look at RAPT. I mean, I just watched this one run from 18 to 29 in about 2 weeks. And it's nothing happening yet this morning, but RAPT. And when you look left, I mean, it's got some room still on the daily chart. Had earnings on the 11th. What was the reaction here? It's pre-market, so it was on the 11th. So right there. So it got through the 200-day moving average, and since then it's never really looked back. 200-day moving average was 2336 or so, and it's never looked back. And Rhythm, another one that is just, had a bit of I call it a bit of a rest for about a week. And now yesterday it resumed its upward climb, RYTM, and it's up a little bit again this morning. No volume yet, but geez, just some of these ones that are just been inching their way up over the last several weeks. I think, you know what? Haven't looked at SIGA for a while. Or is Pox play? Yeah, it's an all-time high. Well, this would be an all-time high, 2705. So it's still strong. It's a difficult intraday trader. That's all. You can sort of see by the topping tails and bottoming tails. You can get whipped out of positions. But I guess as a longer, as a bet on Pox, this is the one. And for instance, look at the APDN, which is not doing the same thing at all. Not at all. ARTL is a little bit of a pop here for ARTL. Look left, and the next high is 490. Sorry, I'm wrong. Next high is 585. It's got some room. ARTL, 2.8 million in the float, and they actually do have some news. I guess it hit at around 9 o'clock. The news hit around 9 o'clock. So there's your news, positive preclinical results. Is this shortable for me? It is. So we're skeptical about these ones, these smaller bios coming out, these preclinical results or phase 1 or phase 2. All right, guys, let's see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Wow, guys, I mean, this ARTL is just absolutely ripping here on that preclinical info. I know William is probably chomping at the bit. All right, we have a few upgrades, and again, we have more downgrades than upgrades. So let me get some of them in right now. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. You're wondering what upgrades and downgrades are. These are just analysts giving their opinion about where they think a stock may be going. All it is. Well, that's it for the upgrades. Boy, look at this ARTL. Holy smokes. I mean, when I was talking about it, it was $5, 5.10, popped up to almost 7. Okay, I don't believe this SPY action, guys. We see this a lot right at this 9:15. I don't believe this is the SPY action really, so don't, that big bottoming tail. You're going to see a lot of charts are going to look like this with bottoming tails probably at this time. Let's do Microsoft just for fun. Yeah, see the bottoming tail from Microsoft, same thing. All right, let me get some of these downgrades in. Mike, gee, it's interesting you say that. Just let me see if I can, something that has been done about that. Just give me a moment, okay? Downgrade for Zoom, guys. Citigroup putting a $90 price target on them. Zoom, ZM. Ah, B. Riley is downgrading Bed Bath and Beyond. See if the Reddit crew piles onto them. Okay, those are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades, and give me one more minute. Give me one more minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, it is, I mean, Omni and some others have an idea about what happens. Yeah, maybe some orders. I mean, it's not real, excuse me, obviously, but I know it can destroy some price alerts. So let me take a look at my price alerts because I know that we now can adjust it for post market. All right, so yeah, you see, we should have it pre-market too. We should have his pre-market. I'm gonna make a suggestion because we have after hours. That was a major concern. You know, we get some stocks, you know, on one share they pop up and down. So you can uncheck that so that after hours, but we should do it. Problem is, I mean, you might want some pre-market. That's the issue, and I don't know how we get rid of this because it's not just our charting program. You know, there are other charting programs that seem to have the same action. So I'm not sure what to recommend. You are welcome, Ryan, in our YouTube room. When you say everything resets on your alerts, you mean automatically, or you have to do it? Any way to know which preset alerts have the best performance when backtesting? Not really. I mean, that's the whole idea of backtesting one-on-one. That's a trial and error thing. Okay. That's the whole, I don't backtest at all. I haven't backtested in years, but it's very painstaking. I mean, but that is the whole, you know, something that might work today in terms of a strategy and you backtest it and it looks really awesome, you know, good win rate, good win loss ratio, all those things. A week later, it could be putrid. I mean, And so you have to go, you have to start fiddling around with some of the alerts, some of the filter values, maybe take out a filter, add a filter. I mean, back testing is not easy. So there is no such thing as have the best performance. Most of our customers do not back test. Not trying to dissuade you from it, but I mean that is the reality though. Geo guys, remember yesterday, Geo, this prison stock. Now this was the one that who was it? Anyway, some hedge fund dumped everything except they added Geo or they kept Geo, but they got rid of Meta and some other big names, but I can't remember if they added Geo or they kept Geo. Michael Burry, thank you, Jesse. Thank you. So he kept it, so he didn't dump it. Okay. So you have to do the physical reset. Yeah, I know it's a pain, Mike. I agree. Most of the stocks that I have set any price alerts on are not affected by this. It's typically only, the major stocks. If I type in Amazon, I'm pretty sure Amazon will probably have the same sort of, yeah, I mean, some of these major stocks will have that big bottoming tail. We typed in Microsoft, of course, the SPY. Uh, I'm pretty sure most major stocks will. So it does work for pre and post. Pepe, you are a genius. So wonder why it says only post. Hmm. I don't use it because it hasn't really affected me. But I wonder why we don't say pre and post. No, Pete, it's not how many races it's won in a row. It's just how many races it's won period. So he could win a race. So the races will start for me at 9:30. So a stock could win a race at 9:30, like the 9:30 to 9:34. Then it might win a race at 10 o'clock. So that would be its second race. So it doesn't have to be consecutive. Okay, and it builds a watch list, and we'll rank them 1 through 10, the stocks that have won the most races. So it's got nothing to do with consecutive. Sure. Well, it should. I mean, if I flatten my position, that should get rid of everything. Well, the only thing about you have, after hours and pre-market, you cannot have market orders. It has to be limit. You have to go as a limit order. Okay, you cannot go market, pre or post market. Do you ever talk to them? Yeah, so I'm going to ask them that. Yeah, so that is a for sure, Pepe. That works the pre-market for sure. Okay, that is a 100% before I ask them. Okay, thank you. Now, I don't understand your question about did you ever talk to them about having the earnings scan live, if that's possible? The earnings scan live. Don't know. I don't understand what you mean by that. I mean, we have earnings. You can have earnings, and we have the earnings filter and all. So I'm not sure what you mean by earnings scan live. Earnings? No, no. I mean, right there. I mean, there. You see, Earnings right there. There is earnings right there. I have my earnings date. So, I mean, these are all earnings plays. I mean, so this works in the pre-market for sure. If you want to see stocks that are, I mean, there's a 0.25. That means GLBE had earnings this morning. Well, make sure, Mike, that, again, like every other top list scan that you've got, make sure you don't have the relative volume filter active. I think maybe that could be it. Because if you have relative volume and using it in the pre-market, you'll get no data. So that might be it. Yeah, I haven't used my moving iron with unusually strong options for a long time, Mike, or Pete. Yeah, I mean, I used to love it, but I have a new love now, and it's called races. When you open a multi-strategy window, I don't get the list of strategies. Okay, well, let's just do a quick look. Go from cloud. Let me just open a multi-strategy window. Okay, so here it is. So if you right click, then you hover over strategies and then they pop up. Okay, so here's my window. I right click, there it is, strategies. If I just hover over it, then this window pops up and here they are. Okay, Ron? Well, that's because you don't have any strategies in there. That's because there are no, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, if you just open a brand new one, new multi-strategy window, yeah, that's because you don't have any. Well, yeah, you've got to. That's the whole idea of a multi-strategy window. Go to the guide, look at multi-strategy. It's one of the sections, okay? Because it shows you how you can add an alert windows into a multi-strategy window. Usually, it's a space-saving thing. But go to the guide, okay, Ron? It's well explained in the guide. So if you go to my homepage, give me a moment. No, well, no, I mean, there are some pre-configured ones in the channel bar. Like some channels have a lot of have some multi-strategy windows in which they're there. Okay, so in other words, now by the way, 927. Let me just quickly look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening, guys, before the market opens. And sector status. So what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, these are the major sectors. I haven't checked the price of oil, so oil must be going up a little bit at least. So what we're seeing here is there's XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% in green, that means all of these stocks are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So obviously energy right now, as we speak, is a strong sector, as we speak. There is no other really strong sector. When you look at everything else, 78% of the tech stocks that make up XL or the XLK, the big technology ETF, are down from yesterday's close. Okay, but at 10 o'clock, if I'm not too busy, I'll take a look at this again, but in a different way. We'll look at the change from the open. So what I was going to say, Ron, anyway, I mean, as far as multi-strategy windows are concerned, let's go. So if you go to the education section and then click on the user guide, M Windows, this is a good explanation about how to create one and why. Typically the reason is because of screen space, okay? If you only have one monitor or a small one, uh, what a multi-strategy window allows you to do is to take any alert window that you've got and put it into the multi-strategy window, so you only have one window. But again, I'm trying to convince you guys, never mind doing that. Races, races, races. All right, yes, it's less than a minute to the open. Thank you, William. It must have been William, right? Well, if you save your, JJ, if you save your layout, everything is saved, including all the parameters. You don't have to reset your parameters. So if you make any change at all, okay, to anything, make sure you save your work, okay? When you file exit, it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? And you say yes. I mean, there are other ways too, but you say yes. And then when you load trade ideas, I mean, you don't have sure. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things, excuse me, see things settle down a little bit. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Really lets things settle down. You know, things can go up and down so rapidly in the first 15 minutes. You can be shaken out of trades just like that. So ear on the move, ergo on the move, ergo, haha, ergo on the move for you Latin speakers. Yeah, let's look left on that weekly on the daily chart. Now, by the way, guys, I'm gonna clean things up a little bit for the test drive. Okay, it was pointed out maybe too many charts, overwhelming. So I've got a big daily chart now, so I can look left and check to see what's happening, and just a 15-minute chart. Try to clean things up just a little bit. So this layout, if you want, I do have it available. All right, guys, and you on the move here, guys, and you on the move. And this is an earnings play. It's a huge float, 1.5 billion in the float. So it is a big, big, big float. Give me one moment, just trying to adjust something. Okay, so Win24, I know there seems to be a confusion about all these tabs, okay? When you enter the room, you enter automatically into the general market talk, okay? But I have other tabs here, specific stocks only. That's if you want to talk about a specific stock, okay? Trade ideas questions, and then my homepage. So if you can find my homepage tab, this helps me a lot because I don't have to constantly paste the link in. But if you can find that homepage tab, if you can't, I'll post the link. But if you can click on it, there it is, the test drive layout. Okay, test drive, August 22, 2022 layout, and there's the link for it. Okay, let me know if you guys can find my homepage tab in this trading room. Really helps me out, and then I don't have to constantly paste links all day long. But if you can't find it, that's okay. I will do it. And remember, if you have a layout already up and running, if you created a layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay, before you load my layout, okay, because your layout will disappear. I'm reluctant to talk about this one, but AMTD, I mean, this is one of the crazy ones from last week. Not the crazy one, but sort of linked with HKD, which of course got up to $2,500. RABN. Yeah, over five now. I mean, it's having disappointing debut a couple of days ago. All right, just looking to see if anything interesting has happened. Yeah, the IONQ. I saw this one in the pre-market. This is so that's right. They have earnings after hours today, unless they released early. No. Ah, interesting. So Goldman Sachs raised their price target from 8 to 9 for this IONQ. So now it would have been nicer if they'd said 20. And it is not a low float, 126 million in the float. Wet G just got halted on the way up, guys. Wet G, WETG just got halted on the way up. Bed Bath and Beyond had a downgrade this morning, but nobody major. Riley. So from Zach, RC Ventures upping their stake. No, I probably should. I haven't used this folder option for a long, long, long time. Can you find my homepage tab? If you can see my link or my page, or the screen I'm sharing, can you see my homepage tab? Because it is there. But you know what? Let me just put this here now. In case you guys cannot see that homepage tab. Okay, so there is the link. The big thing about the link is having this, okay? This meaning the racers. I mean, everything else, I mean, it may not be what you want. You may not want a giant daily chart and a 15-minute and a SPY, anything else. This is the key thing right there, okay? The racers that I'll follow all day long. So you don't need my layout. I mean, up $2. I mean, you can have it if you want, but I mean, what I would do if you've got this, you can, I mean, you may not want exactly the same setup I've got with a big daily chart and a 15-minute chart, you may not want that. Okay, guys, it's early, so there's ILAG. ILAG was, excuse me, very active yesterday. ILAG, it is early. So again, when you see a stock winning, or it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, okay? It's just a matter of, okay, this is early. In about 2 to 3 hours, so we will have a watch list and you'll see ranked 1 through 10, and you'll see the stocks that have won the most races during the day in the number one position. And then it becomes a great, great watch list to follow all day long. Doesn't mean you can't take an earlier trade, but what I'm really trying to get people to do is focus on something like this so they're not flitting around trying to create all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and clicking like mad on different alerts all day long and getting nothing done. It depends. Did you start it at 9:30? Did you start it right at 9:30? I mean, it might be coming from a different. And is it exactly mine? Oh, that's why. That'll be the reason. But if you started earlier, I mean, this will work, in the pre-market also, but that's probably the reason. Okay, how do we get the races on my screen? This is from our YouTube room. So let me, just give me a moment. Guys, AMTD is I mean, I hate to mention it, but there it is, AMTD. Okay, so for question in YouTube, how do I get my race? How do I get the races show up on your screen? I don't start the race until 9:30 in. Okay, so Gabu Bot. If you click on my homepage link, okay, click on the link. Okay, this is what you'll see, and then go to the scan section. Go to the scan section, and upper left-hand corner, race mode. Okay, and that is this race you see here. Now, understand when you load a race, your race is starting from when you load it. Okay, so right now it's 9:40, so you won't see the same things necessarily. I mean, I remember I started my race at 9:30, so that's why I'll see some stocks in 1 and 2 position that you may not see later, or it won't be the same. So hopefully that makes sense. So I mentioned APD in the pre-market that it was really severely lagging SIGA, SIGA, monkeypox, okay, monkeypox, which really haven't seen too much news about it. I mean, but this is the big one, SIGA. But APDN, in theory, was at one point pretty big too. It got all the way up here. But since then, I mean, it's just been cut in half, but it's having a bit of a day now. I went minimal today, Wolfhound. Okay. Try to make it a little cleaner for especially new people. When this test drive is over, I may go back to at least a weekly chart. I don't actually mind this. The whole idea of having a weekly and a monthly chart was just, so I wouldn't have to load a weekly and monthly when I was looking left. But if I really expand this daily chart, I can probably see most anyway. Okay. I don't mind this. Look at wet G came out of that. Wow, look at that. Came out of the halt, guys. Came out of the halt and just exploded. You got halted. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. Got halted at 1180, resumed at 1215. Now it's 1337 and halted again. Okay, so programmer. So the question was in order to change a time frame. So if you loaded if you load my layout and you don't want a 15-minute chart or anything else, you just right click and click on time frame. Okay. And then here are the time frames we have: 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. These are the time frames you can select. Okay. And then you just change it. Okay. Shoot, I saw this one earlier, this BLND. So guys, again, and believe me, it's okay. Ask questions, ask questions. That's why I'm here, especially for the test drive. And I don't care, I did take one trade yesterday, turned out to be really nice. But other than that, I'm answering a lot of questions, which is absolutely okay. Okay, so AJ, Now, first of all, AJ, please tell me you're not using the web-based version. You're on our downloadable app. You're not using the web-based version. In other words, the only reason you'd be using the web-based version is if you have a Mac. Sorry, AJ. So sorry to disappoint you, but it's just not available. This is a PC-based program, so unless you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud-based service like AWS, I'm sorry, racing is not available on the Mac. Yeah, I have mixed emotions about this Apple and Tesla. See, the company thinks that if we put Tesla and Apple here, because people know Tesla and Apple, obviously, and just to show you, these are the stocks that really move. Tesla and Apple typically on a daily basis don't really move, okay, in any great percentage. I'm not saying it can't happen. Tesla obviously maybe a little more than Apple. And so all they're trying to do is show you that, okay, if you want stocks that are moving, it's not Apple and Tesla. Okay. And so if you don't have it, don't worry about it. Okay. Don't worry about it. This is a default though. So if somebody opens a race on their own, they're going to see the maybe even the SPY. But if you don't have it, don't worry about it. I'm not convinced, we have to do that, but towing the company line. So G-Box is an earnings play, gone up to what? 188 in the pre-market. Oh yeah, I mean, look at that wet G. Holy smokes. Remember a few days ago, this got up to $50. Okay, so we're starting to build this list here. Again, as the day progresses, you will start to see, several stocks that win, maybe 10, 15 races. Yesterday, um, MEGL won a ton of races. Well, there's your pre-market high. So, I mean, if G-Box can somehow take out that pre-market high of 189 or so, when you look left, the next high looks to be about 212. So, I mean, it's getting close to that 2 level. Only stocks, Ethan. I don't trade options at all. Question in the YouTube room. Do I trade options or stocks? And only stocks. Okay, guys. Now, ARTL had a pullback, got as high as 667. It launched right around 9 o'clock. Some news, preclinical data, pulled back, maybe getting ready to roll again. Very, very low float, 2.8 million in the float. So you got to be really, really careful, really careful. Okay. So here's a way to play it, okay? ARTL, just to show you in the simulator how you can do something like this. So if you don't have a brokerage play, if you're not using my layout, but you want to see this brokerage plus window, okay? This big blue window on the left, upper left, click on new and then brokerage plus. When you do, this window will show up and I'm going to disconnect because it'll say not connected. If you click on the sim, again, this is only available If you're using our download, if you're using our web-based version, again, unfortunately, this is not available. But if you click on sim, the not connected will turn to account. Click on account and now simulated trading default. Now, let's say I wanted to take this ARTL. If it got to say 617, the high of that 15-minute candle, I click the buy button and look, the crosshair shows up. I position exactly where I want to take the trade and left click. And now you'll see a blue line will appear. So it'll take the trade at 616. It automatically puts a stop at the low of the day. I'm not saying that's the ideal stop, but just trying to give you a sense of the mechanics of placing a trade and practicing in the simulator before you commit money to the market. Okay, practice in the simulator before you commit money to the market. I cannot emphasize that enough. So there's a lot of ways, of course, some if you like to play pullbacks and you follow this list all day long. If something hasn't moved for a while, you just click on it. Okay, click on something and see what it's doing. And maybe it's consolidating a bit. So you can put a buy alert above it or a short sell alert below it if it broke down below. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to use the simulator to practice trading. Now, does somebody ask about volume? I think there was a question and I forgot to answer something about volume. Okay, guys, so you see what happened. It took the trade. Okay, it took the trade. Now I can raise this stop up. If I don't like where that stop is, I can raise that stop up. I'll leave it there right now. Okay, I just want to say, again, this is early and this is in the simulator. Okay, volume and stock racing. You can't. I mean, they've got the percentages up and how much. So yeah, there's no option to put volume. Typically, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it doesn't bother me that much because remember, in the top list window that this race is from, it has I set my minimum volume that I have to see. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not going to see anything that's really low volume because the race is derived from this top list window. Okay, so I've got a minimum of 200,000 shares. So I don't really, I mean, for me anyway, I wouldn't really care to see what the volume is. I know it's going to be at least the minimum that I need because the race, these are the filters that the race is based on between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum and up 2%. Again, this is my race. Okay. I mean, this is the one I'm sharing. Doesn't have to be your race. But to get people going and understanding about what racing is all about, you can have mine, and then of course you can adjust it. Okay, so Ethan in our YouTube room, how do you change a symbol in a? Okay, so if you go to a chart, left click, just so Trade Ideas knows where you are, what chart you're in. So you left click, and then you should just start be able to type. Okay, when you start typing anything, the change symbol box should show up. And now you can either hit enter on your keyboard or click change, and that'll change the symbol. Okay, now when they start typing, nothing happens, okay? And I don't know why, but for some systems, if you press the space bar, the change symbol box will pop up. Okay? And bat lights. So how to keep this? So if you right click bat lights, if you right click on the race, and it's going to say probably if it's not already assigning them, a top 10, like in the top 10 position, number one through 10, click on the show all winners because that's probably what's happening. You're just sort of getting a mishmash. Click on the show all winners. Okay. And then, and that should change to show top 10 winners and then click on top 10 winners. I wish that was the default. In my opinion, that should be the default. So again, it's a little confusing, but if you right click, probably what it's saying is show all winners, click on it, and then show top 10 winners. Wow, look at this Blend Labs, BLND. This is an earnings play after hours. No, I'm sorry, it is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. Not a low float though, 144 million in the float. Yeah, so much for the downgrade by Riley for BBBY. Now, if I want to get out of this trade, I can just flatten the trade. I can get it at a half, or I could double my position because I would never double on a loser. Again, this is in the simulator, guys. Just wanted to show you how you can take a trade. All right, Zach and Dak. If Dak's around, now it's probably too much resistance, but here's a cheap one. Dr. MA making a little bit of a move and actually had earnings after hours. Dr. MA. Yeah, the G box. I mean, somewhat predicted, stalling right around that 2 level. Got up to 192, but looking left, you got that resistance. You have that resistance, in my opinion, anyway. Give me a moment here. All right, now let's be a little more realistic about taking a trade here. China, well, that's the one. I'm sorry. Yeah, 5.6.3. Yes, that is the one. That is what's on our homepage as the production version. Make sure of that, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the only version available right now. Well, it's not so much, Ethan. I mean, it's a matter of, as the number of wins builds up over the course of the day, you can start. I mean, then you have to start clicking on the alert. It doesn't mean just because a stock wins 10 races that you pile into the trade. But for instance, look at the G box. Now, I've said several times that, two could stall it, but obviously if it gets through two, it's got more room. So, it's a matter of clicking on the alert at various times during the day as this list populates and seeing, what is it doing. So it's not just because the stock wins a bunch of races doesn't absolutely mean that you take the trade, after 5 wins or after 6 wins. That's why you've got to, practicing. Look at TMC. William, are you still in this thing? This TMC? It's an earnings play. After hours yesterday. All right, so Jason, the only way that happens is if you've docked, if you have some if you've docked some, sorry, if you've got some docked windows, they will remain. Did you dock anything? Do you know what I like? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say docking? Because if you docked some windows, then they will remain even though when you load my layout. Okay, guys, so life. This is another earnings play after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. No reaction whatsoever, really. Pre-market, though. I mean, it's got some room. Little bit of room. 430. All right, wow, this SKYT. Now it's trying to surge right back. Remember this one had a huge run over a few weeks. It got up to this level, so it's taking this high out right now, SKYT. SKYT, 1879 is the high looking left, I believe. 1880. You can kind of see if it can take that out. I mean, it's got lots of room. I don't know where the next resistance area is. Any free brokers working with, not that I'm aware of, not lights. As you know, I am a Canadian, so I use IB. I don't get hung up on the half a cent. I got to pay. I firmly believe you get what you pay for. So I've got IB Canada, and the fact I have to pay half a cent a share, to me, it doesn't make any difference. Another earnings play, guys. Actually, we're seeing a lot of little earnings plays. I thought this was sort of dry up this week, but we've got a lot of little earnings plays coming out of the woodwork. So but again, if you look at KULR, you look left on the daily chart, it could stall right where it is. Now, if we can get through all that, but again, I look at the two level. It's sort of like the G. It reminds me of the G box. Look at the G box. See how if you look at the daily chart, you see we got up to 190 something. Look at all. I mean, two for me whole numbers are, for me anyway, psychological barriers to get through. Yeah, I'm with Interactive Brokers. Yes, Bat Lights in our YouTube room. Yes. Okay, guys, we are in the middle, well, not the middle, at the second day of our test drive. Okay, so there's still time. If you want to try us out, you will not get, you'll get the balance of today. Okay, so you're not going to get the full 10 days, but you can try us out. I put the test drive link in here. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it will cost $11.11. I want to be completely upfront about this. You're not going to get 10 days. The test drive started yesterday. So you'll get the balance of today and then up to the 29th. So you'll get 8 days plus whatever the balance of today will get you, depending when you sign up, okay? So if you think that's worth it to pay $11.11 to have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading, then go for it. We only do this 4 times a year. When the test drive is over, it's over. So why do I keep saying that? There's nothing for you to do. You please don't harass our poor support. People say, okay, I want to make sure I'm unsubscribed and I need a confirmation that I'm unsubscribed from it. There's no unsubscription necessary, okay? When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? And again, we only do this 4 times a year. So good opportunity to try us out. Ooh, what's this FRZA doing? All right, guys, FRZA. So the pre-market high, if it takes out that pre-market high, but that's 10. That could get it going, though. I mean, that could get it going. I mean, the high is, this is the IPO date 2 days ago. It did get up to about 15. How to undock? Well, you can just exit out. I mean, are you sure you want to do that? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having the other. So the question is, somebody loaded my layout and they had, if you have docked, I don't want to get too complicated here, but if you've got docked windows and then you load my layout, your docked windows will remain. That's the whole idea of docking. So if you don't want those docked windows anymore, just exit out. Okay, there's an X right there. Just exit out. I would save it though. I would save because you never know. Maybe you want to bring it back at some point. So make sure you do save your docked window. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, and save it because you never know. You might want to bring it back at some point. If you went through the exercise of creating a docked window, because it's not easy. I certainly wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. I would make sure you save it to the cloud, and then if you don't want it as part of your layout anymore, just exit out. Just click the X, and it'll disappear. And then at the end of the day, save your layout without it in it, if that's what you want. Ooh, wow! Forza just exploded through 10, guys. FRZA just exploded through 10. Now it's a very, very, very risky. Okay, only 2 million in the float. Okay, guys. So, disclosure, I'm in this one, okay? I'm in the minute it got through and I was able to get some, but this is very risky, very, very risky. FRZA. Okay, I've just taken myself out of the trade, most of it, very minor profit, very minor. What might get me back in is maybe over 1020 again. I mean, what traders are looking at, again, this is highly risky for new people. I wouldn't, I'm sorry, but we've got to talk about it because it's an active stock. It's winning a race and all that. But what traders are looking at is what happened 2 days ago. It got up to 15. Okay, so they're wondering, could it get close to that? Okay, guys, it's under 10 right now, so I have an alert set up in this area, 1028. See if it takes that out later. Okay, yeah, let's take a quick look at the sectors now. So I'm going to click on new doc chat. Look at REBN, guys. Keep an eye on RBN for a break of 5. Doc channel bar. Okay, Forza, FRZA again. Okay, let's see if it has more of a lift this time. So a little bit of teasing at that 10 level, teasing at the 10 level for Forza, FRZA. There's that Sky T. Wow, look at the Sky T. I mean, lots happening, guys. I mean, that took out that high. That was the key level. The highs of a few days ago at 1885 exploded right through that. Come on, either explode or don't. I'm talking to the Forza right now. Okay, so Jason, yeah, you can only have. Are you part of the test drive, Jason? You can only have 20 charts if you're part of the test drive, okay? If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can only have 10 charts. So that's probably one of the reasons. And that's why, I'm reluctant sometimes to hand out a layout, but I only have 3 charts now. So, hey guys, I just have to concentrate on this Forza, FRZA. The longer it tries to hold 10, of course, the better, forming a base at 10, but it's very risky, guys. I'm it's a cat and mouse at 10 o'clock, at 10 for Forza FRZA. Real cat and mouse happening. Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to have to reset that alert then. Did not hold 10 very well, so again, just reset that alert, see if it happens later on. So normally, but for something like this, I would not put a buy order in at that price, even in the simulator. I know it's just a simulator because it's so whippy. Okay, so I would like to see how it's trading before I would take a trade in it, even in the simulator. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors. I got sideline there. Now we're going to look at it from the open. Now remember, oil 100% we're up from the close. Let's now, because somebody said oil is dropping a bit, let's see what's happening. So they're still mainly up. Okay. So what we're seeing here, 85% of the of the oil stocks that make up XLE are above the are above the open. Okay, so oil is still pretty strong. Tech has made a bit of a comeback. You can see because that when we looked on the close from yesterday, I think almost 90% were down from the close. Right now it's about 50-50 from the open. But I was wanting to see whether or not energy had a big change, and not really. Oof. No, the gradient, no. Nothing to do with that. That's just let's take a look at SKYT. You're talking about this gradient where it's dark green at the top and dark red on the bottom. Then maybe even you've got too many windows open. You could also look at it like that. Trying to get people not to have so many windows open. I mean, people use trade ideas the way they want, but I'm trying to, even myself, eliminating many, many windows and just concentrating on this race scan. So I can just have okay, yeah, that's got nothing to do with the sum of the candles, okay? What this means is if I click on CYC, if I click on CYCC right now, it's saying, okay, if you took this trade right now, this is just a guide, okay? You don't have to follow it, of course, but they're saying if you took this trade right now at 173, your stop would be 167. That's all okay? That's what it's trying to say. And how does it come? How does it get that stop? It takes a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds that into the computer, and it spits out a smart stop. Okay, it's a guide. I mean, obviously you don't have to completely follow it, but that's what it means. And the target is just double the difference between, say, that 174 and let's make the math super simple. If I got in at 173 and say the stop was at 163, which would be 10 cents away, the target would be 20 cents above, and nothing scientific. Just double the difference between the price it's at right now and the smart stop. Okay. All right, guys. So GBOX, you're right. A nice little comeback here. If it takes out two, I mean, it's got some room. Got some room. I mean, maybe to that 267 level if you look at the daily chart. It's a guide, yeah, MB. It's a guide. Meanwhile, Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. So much for the Riley downgrade. So just if you're new and you're seeing Sandy posting 229 next GOBX, what he's really, I mean, it's obviously it's nothing guaranteed that it's going to go to 229, but he's talking fibs, okay? He's not fibbing, but he's talking Fibonacci's. And if you're new to trading, I mean, you obviously, I mean, you have to, if you look up Fibonacci, you'll understand what it's all about, but that is Fibonacci. So in theory, the next level using fibs would be 220, whatever. Sandy is a she. Okay. I didn't know that. I should not assume anything. Okay, guys, as we're building that top 10 list, what are we now? 1021. We're building that top 10 list. And especially in the afternoon, boy, I mean, you can really start to see, probably great setups from that top 10 list, especially something that maybe hasn't moved very much. Okay, and all of a sudden it's resting, consolidating, and then it takes off. That's why I'm saying, as a focus, one window, one watch list for the day. Now, it doesn't have to be, this is based on, my top list that I like. But I mean, if you wanted something that was, larger caps, as opposed to, I mean, these can be pretty dramatic, shall we say. But if you're more interested in larger caps, gainers from the open, you can have this one. I can pop that in, and it's based on basically the same top list. All I've done is I've said, okay, make sure that the float is at least 50 million shares, and the market cap is at least half a billion, 500 million. Okay, so you're looking at large cap stocks. Not everybody's cup of tea, to see these ones that are really, really volatile. So if that is more what you want to do, then that's fine. I'll give that to you. Large cap gainers from the open, share. There is a link for it if anybody wants that. Right now there's no way to actually save it, okay? Well, actually, let me see here. No, but I mean, this is a list that is you'll see this list constantly. So, I mean, at the very, very worst, you just type them in, okay? I mean, you're only going to have 10. At this point, there's no way to paste, like I'm trying to see if I could highlight but there's no way to do that yet, okay? Okay, guys, GBOX. Well, if you want to see the top list, Ron, again, if you want to see the top list that your race is derived from, you just right click and open the top list. Okay. So it doesn't make sense to, take a race and convert it to a top list because it doesn't make sense to do that. But you can see the top list that the race is running from. But there's no, I mean, in my opinion, there's no big deal to watch this. Okay, the top list. I mean, what's happening, the race is taking those symbols from the top list that are active. So you don't have to stare at the top list. In fact, let me go over this right now. It's 10:25. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I do share my screen. I'm live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, that's my name better. And I do work for Trade Ideas. Now, this is the setup every Monday to Friday. It's not just because of this test drive, okay? This room is like this all the time, Monday to Friday. And I'd like to talk a little bit about my homepage. I'm sharing a lot of information on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Oh, baby. BBBY guys, wow. Okay, this is what you're going to see. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, but obviously if you're part of the test drive, wait, because you'll have a better promo code. Wow, BBBY guys. Okay, Barry for Alpha is a promo code you can use if you do want to take out a a subscription right now. But I would wait. Obviously, there's going to be a better promo code, but I'll just give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans: annual premium for premium standard for annual, premium standard for a monthly. I'm just watching this BBBY guys. Can it take out 20? Can it take out 20? So anyway, the premium annual is 2,000. Standard annual is 1,000, less than 15%. Okay, and the big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual though. You can go month to month. In fact, that's what I would do. Don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less than 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. Now, if you take out a subscription or if you're part of this test drive and you haven't done this, and I'm bound and determined that somehow we're going to prevent people from loading the program until they do the let's get started. So many questions can be answered if you do the let's get started. It takes you 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. Goes through the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. And I'm trying to get them to just put some kind of a lock on the program unless you can prove that you've done this. Now I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know if it triggered. I think that the trade of the week this week was UEC, and yeah, it is not triggered. So far, because I think the trigger was 475, and it has not hit 475. Wow, BBBY guys, holy smoke! Yes, I'm in it. Nice fib call, but you're a little light on that fib calls, Miss Sandy or Mrs. Sandy. You're a little light on that fib call. Where was that fib call? Oh, wow. I'm looking to take the G box also. You know, right, maybe around that 206, 207 level. See, as long as it holds that two level. Okay. So where was I? So the trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you're not getting it, you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam box or your, if you have Gmail, your promotional box, okay, your folder, because sometimes it goes there. Education, big education link. So here is the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much information is there. You don't have to learn everything all at once. You should have done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, we've got a couple of great videos. You know, the showing the setup, how to trade race winners. Okay, lots of text. So you know, understand what the racing is all about. I'm going to go into it in a little more detail, but you know, at least this is a guide for you, or you know, so that you listen to me and you might think, wow, man, I can't remember what he said. No problem. Go to the guide and it's all there. Okay, so the Getting Started series is the same as the Getting Started. Okay, I didn't realize that. So it's the same. Okay, so that's the Getting Started series. And we really, and so I've got it in several areas, you know, but the Getting Started, please do that first. Okay, guys, just keeping an eye on the G box now. Daily support. So in the daily support, so I take a break at around noon Eastern, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. If you've got a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus, or if you're a person who likes to, you know, maybe create a strategy and back test it, things like that, he's your man. Okay, he does a lot of that. So Michael will be there. Before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in. Also, Chris Varley, when I do shut down the main room at 3:30, Chris takes over in our YouTube room again between 3:30 and 4:30. So we really have the support all the way from 8 a.m. to 4:30 Eastern time, of course. Okay, guys, G-Box, I told you what would get me in, so let's see if it keeps working. Daily webinars, no webinars until not next week, none this week, none next week. When we get back to our schedule, you can sign up for them though, and you'll be notified when they start. Back to basics. So I mentioned Michael Noss. If you're new to trading, a great series, Back to Basics, starts off with what is a stock? I know that sounds maybe infantile, but believe it or not, some people don't know that when they think when you buy a stock, that somehow that, you know, the company's getting the money. I'm not kidding. But anyway, it starts off with what is a stock. So 36 videos, short videos. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you're looking at this. The last, but I don't think least, my scans. So click here, my scans. There is my race. My race is right there. Now I do have a couple other scans that I'm sharing. The 10-day daily breakout and down. Well, yippee on the GBOX now. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market act is up and down. Okay. I've got the halts resumes. I've got a momentum scanner. Zacks, bouncers, and toppers are really for more advanced people. You know, try to time maybe a stock that has gone parabolic on the way up to short it, or maybe almost parabolic on the way down and play a bounce. Then I've got something just called the basic new highs and lows. But honestly, if all you took from this was that my race, and you just focus on that all day, I think that is your best bet. Okay. So obviously, you have to be a subscriber, but if you're part of this test drive, of course, you have access to this. But my advice, save my link, and then you can have access to my scans or the education anytime you want. I'm in Vancouver. What part of Canada? I'm in Vancouver. Okay, Haida has a question from, I'm going to go over a little bit more detail about what the program is all about and the races, but I have a question from our YouTube room. So what is the question you got? He says it's or the person shouldn't assume it's a male, but a question about the race that I've made. So let me know what the question is, and maybe I can help you. No, the race has nothing to do with the AI. Up $2, nothing to do with the AI. So you asked before, I think, do I post my trades? Um, okay, this is what happens in this room. I'm not somebody, first of all, I'm not a financial advisor. I have to be very careful. I work for the company. I'm not a financial advisor. So you're never going to hear me say, okay, guys, you should be in this trade and get out when I get out and all that. What I typically do is just like I did with the G box. Okay. I said, if it holds this two level and it gets up to that 204 or 205 level, I'm going to be very interested. If that makes sense to you to do the same thing, fine. If it doesn't, not part of your trading plan, then I understand. Okay, but I'm not going to say, okay, guys, at 204, everybody should be in this trade. Now, when I look at the G box, I mean, this is a big area right here, so I've already taken some out because when I look at this, and again, this is part of the way I trade, okay? It doesn't have to be the way you trade. You have to have some kind of a plan. But when I look and I see the next high is 235 and this stock got up to 230, that's pretty close to that high. It may get through that. I mean, it may just blast right through everything. But, for me, I will always start taking profit as it approaches a new high looking left on a daily chart. No, the replay, no, I probably wouldn't play. I would use the replay mode. The question is, if I running a 5 minute race and I hit replay, will it replay the last 5 minutes? No. The replay is really to do at the end of the day. Okay. The replay will take 6.5 minutes, basically 1 minute per hour of trading. Okay. 6.5 hours from 8:30 to 4. So the replay will take 6.5 minutes. Again, 1 minute for every hour of trading, and you'll see what happened. That's when I would use the replay mode. There's no real point to that replay in the last 5 minutes. So the replay mode is kind of cool because let's just say, for instance, you can't trade today. Well, but you come home at night or whenever you come home after the market's closed, and I'm always talking Eastern time. And all you have to do is just do replay to see what happened in your racing. And it'll assemble that top 10 list. And then you can look at it and say, this top 10 list, maybe the one that won the most races, maybe that's something I should be following tomorrow also. Okay. You can create a watch list based on of stocks to follow the next day based on how many times a stock won a race in the day. See how powerful this is. I mean, this is, I mean, the power, in my opinion, it, I mean, the racing is fine. The power is the focus. I'm really trying to emphasize the focus nature of this. So you don't have to really look at anything else. I'm not saying, you can't have another alert window but all I'm saying is that the power of this is the focus. You don't have to really look at anything else other than this. Now, when I say this, I mean, this is my race. Of course, you can start creating your own races, based on a top list that you like to see, of symbols that you want to see. You can also create your own symbol list, another or watch list. So if you have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day, 20 or 30 stocks, you could base your race on that and never mind anything else. That's to me the maybe not the major reason for it, but for me, it's helped me immensely. Even though I've had trade ideas since 2010, but I had up until 5 weeks ago, I had a lot more alert windows up and running, and I just got rid of most of them. I mean, it still requires some knowledge of trading. It doesn't mean just because a stock is winning, this wet G is winning a race right now, does that mean I take the trade? No. But at least it focuses you on something that, the stocks that are moving. And if I look at wet G and I thought, well, you know what? Maybe if it took out, that 12 area, because it did get up to 15, maybe if it took out 12 later on, maybe that'll get it running, as an example. Races are available in the standard package, yes. The only thing, okay, good morning, doctor. Um, you lost all your windows and only the top bar appears. Okay, well, if you click on file, or sorry, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, you'll see all the channels that we have, and then you can click on one of them. For instance, if you click on explosive winners, this channel, my race is based on this. I mean, I've made some alterations, I upped the minimum volume, maybe, and the price range and all, but it is based on, my race is based on this race here, okay, in general. Okay, so when you say you lost all your windows, what exactly do you mean by that? Though I should try to understand what you mean by that. So you can always load the different, these are all theme-based channels, and you can kind of, you can cycle through them if you want, and take a look at them. If you want my layout though, the layout that you see, I can give it to you or anybody else. So when you say nothing appears beside the top window, so let me try to understand what you mean by that. Okay, guys, G-Box at a very important level now. Excuse me, doctor. Very important level right now. I've taken some out because again, but if it pops through that, look out. This is an earnings play. 40 million have traded, 17 in the float. So again, you have the toolbar though, right? So if you click on new from the toolbar, and then you should get, and you click on dock channel bar. See, I don't know what you mean when you say nothing appears beside the top window. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. You just it's a little bit hard, but I just have to know if you have a toolbar that says file, new, totals, window, etc. I don't rely on Holly very much, Hebrew. I mean, it's a watch list for me. I mean, Gbox was in it, okay, but I mean, I knew, we knew about Gbox before, right at the very beginning, okay. But to me, for me, it's a watch list. But I'll be honest. I mean, I'll focus just on my races most of the well, not most of the day, virtually all day, 99.9%. Okay, so if you've got the toolbar, then just click on new and then docked channel bar, and this will bring up all these theme-based channels. And then you just click on one. So explosive winners. And this is the one that my race is based on as an example. Have you done the getting started? So that at least, lets you know what a top list is and what an alert window is and what the stock races are all about. Have you done that? Okay, please do that, okay? I really think that you should do this. I'm going to I'm going to give you my homepage link again, okay? And if you click on my homepage link, you can, well, right here, let's get started. Let's get started. Now, if you've already got the download, you won't have to do the download, but there are 10 videos, but your first startup and login, but here's all about the toolbar and right click magic and layouts. Okay. And once you've done that, let me just see something here. Yeah, important intro to scans, building a top list, building an alert window. Okay. So this is all covered here. Please, and not just yourself, doctor, okay, but if you're brand new to this and you're looking at this and you're all bewildered about what's happening, like what is a top list? What is this thing he keeps talking about? What is this race that he keeps talking about? What is an alert window? You've got, you have to do a little bit of work, okay? It'll take you 30 minutes to go through that. And at least you'll have a basic understanding about what Trade Ideas is all about. And then I would go to the guide. Again, give me a moment. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. I have to load my link again. Okay. So there's my link. There's my homepage link. So there's there is the let's get started. But also right here, if you click here, you could go right to the education section. Click here. And there is the getting started series again, but also the user guide. And in the user guide, a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and very important, what the stock races are all about. Okay. And there's a stock race setup. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas put this together also, how to trade race winners. Okay. So I would really recommend that anybody spends time on the racing, because that's all I do now. Doctor, I'm so sorry to let you know that unfortunately, yeah, unless you're prepared to run an emulation program like Parallels, this is a PC-based program. There is no Mac version. So if you're not prepared to run an emulation program like, and this is to anybody with a Mac, if you're not prepared to run an emulation program like Parallels or some cloud-based service like Amazon Web Services, unfortunately, Races and this Brokers Plus window is not available to you. Okay, so sorry. Now, when you ask, now the question also, does it work with Thinkorswim? We're a scanner, okay? We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. And let me just give it, a brief description about what trade ideas is, okay? Again, we're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. And again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. So I showed you in my homepage, I'm sharing some scans. And again, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So we went over, the explosive winners. Another very popular channel would be the momentum channel. Okay, you can see G boxes right there. So with trade ideas, what we're really good at is creating what we call an event and then a real-time alert that triggers the event. So what do I mean by that? So this is a momentum scan. So if I right click, configure, summary, this will tell me exactly what this scan is looking for. So this scan is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. 100,000 shares. This is kind of the key one in this particular momentum scan. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. So typically when you see an alert from here, you'll see a big volume spike, okay? But the bottom line is this, is that if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert, okay? That's what this momentum window is all about. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, then you could take the scan because you want to get it out of this layout and you could right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When I do that, I have two other monitors. And there it is. It popped on my other monitor. Now it's free floating, okay? Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save. But you may look at this and go, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range, as an example. So you can right click and again, go to that configure and summary. And again, if you're thinking that, well, I'm writing all this down, all of this is in the guide. Okay. I'm just kind of giving you a description about what this is all about. So for instance, though, you may look at this price range and think, I don't like that price range. I'd rather it be between 10 and 100. I go to that filter, make the changes, click on summary. You can see how it's changed. And then I click on OK. And now I've made a change. Now I can save it to the cloud. So all I'm saying is that if you like it the way we've constructed it, or you can make changes and then save it to the cloud. Why save things to the cloud? Because now when you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time from the cloud and create your own layout based on scans that we've created for you. So you don't even have to know how to create scans. Now, I would caution you though, because you don't want to have too many. Maybe you have 1 or 2 alert windows, but concentrate on understanding how the racing works. So Haida, what you have to do, okay, just give me a moment, okay, as I keep running through this. And also a note about the channels. If I make a change here in the channel, okay, I make a change to something like what I just did, change it to 10 and 100. So now this has changed to 10 and 100. If I leave the channel and come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants, okay? Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. By right click on an alert window, configure, and now I'm going to click on search. When you see all these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. And when you scroll down, you see these icons. These are the filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have, okay? And in fact, again, I'm trying to get you guys to just use the race. You won't have to worry about any of this stuff, really. Not worry about it, but people get very hung up on, well, how am I going to possibly learn this program? Look at all the filters you've got. Look at all the real-time alerts you've got. You don't have to learn them all. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and enough filters that for the most part, with the thousands of customers we have and all the different types of trading styles, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. So again, this is part of the part of the test drive. This is a premium service, though, okay? So if you do want to take out a subscription later on and you want to have access to the AI, you will need our premium service. And this is all I would do. I would click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. And this window will pop up. Okay, nothing happens in this window until at least 9:35. So in other words, there are no alerts before in the pre-market, no alerts after hours. The earliest alert would be 9:35. Now, how you trade them, I mean, obviously G-Box, awesome. I mean, the alert was at 9:41 time, the price was 153. If you had taken it right there, you'd be up 51%. Okay, as an example. The IDYA 1030, 1060, you're up 3%. Now, it got stopped out early, but that doesn't mean you have to not pay attention to it for the rest of the day. I mean, sometimes, AI takes an early alert, gets stopped out, but then it turns around. The bottom line is this. First of all, this is in the guide. I mean, about the AI, go to the AI section in our guide, but there's not going to be a video that says, okay, you get an alert for G-Box. How do I trade it? You have to have some trading experience. And also, look where the AI got out in auto fashion at 175. Hopefully, that's why we're always saying the AI is best used by, manually exiting the trades, kind of watching what's happening. Because why would you get out of the trade at 175? And the reason why the AI got out, I can't see profit save of some sort. I think what probably happened, it went up, G-Box went up. So you may have wanted to take out some, but kept a good portion of it because I mean it was still a good looking trade. But that's why I'm saying practice trading, and I'm going to get into the simulator in a bit because I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Bob, can you find my homepage tab right there? And there it is. This is my test drive layout. But again, make sure that if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, can you find my Kirk on the move? Man, there's so much happening. Obviously, I mean, I'm a little distracted. Look at Best. I said it, not Best Buy, but Bed Bath and Beyond. Can an option scan be built from a selected stock list? So we don't scan for options, number one, okay? If that's what you mean, doctor. The question was in our YouTube room, can an option scan be built from selected stock list? We have option filters, but we don't scan for options, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so your Haida, in order to make sure that race keeps running, because the question was, I'm running a race, but one of my races runs continuously. I'm going to get into the races a lot more detail now, but one stops and I have to start it automatically, or I have to start it manually. So this is in the race setup, auto rerun. Okay, you have to have that checked, auto rerun. In order to get there, click on the rectangular. I don't like the way we're doing this, but click on the rectangular and then you'll get the red screen and then check the auto rerun. Okay. And I hope I haven't screwed this up. No, 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 no. It's no. You don't want auto replay. Auto rerun means when a race is over, you want the next one to start immediately. Okay. Auto replay, in fact, I don't want to screw this up, so I'll duplicate it. You see, if you check, yeah, no, auto rerun is I mean, that typically is what I think everybody wants. You run a race, when it's over, you want the next one to start immediately. And then auto start last day replay. I guess that I don't use this function very much. Well, not at all, in fact. But I guess if you check that once the day's over, it'll start doing. Well, that's what we're all about, RP. All these are real time. Like all the alerts are real time. So, for instance, that momentum channel that we looked at. Okay, so apron at 11:02, it hit a high of 548, and that was a real time alert. Okay, so all of our alerts are real time. Okay, makes sense? I mean, in this particular scan, if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, we have all sorts of, I mean, this is this alert, but I mean, we have all sorts of different types of real-time alerts. You want a new 5-minute high, a new 10-minute high, a 30-minute high, etc. These are all of these icons that you see here are real-time alerts. You don't have to learn them all, okay? In the 12 years I've had the program, I've probably looked at 5 of them. I'm just a new high and new low of the die. I like to see new highs and new lows. Okay. So the answer to your question is absolutely. So let's talk about the races, guys, and why I think it's so important to just concentrate on the races. And I know Sometimes it's really hard, you don't want to miss any type of a setup, so you try to create all these different alert windows with different types of setups and maybe even have the races going, but you get distracted because you get an alert from one of your alert windows, you click on it, you get an alert from another one, and you keep clicking like mad all day long, and you just lose focus. Okay, you click like mad all day long, you get nothing done. So this is what the races are all about. It always starts with a top list. Now this is my top list, okay? So if I look at my top list and I click on configure, and this is the race I'm sharing, it doesn't have to be your race or your top list, but I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50 where the volume is at least 200,000 shares and the stock is up 2% from the previous close, okay? So if these filter values are met, then a stock, if it does the following, will show up in the races. Before we had races, the top list window was really used for, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So any one of these hot headers in the top list window is sortable. So if I double left click on a header, okay, it's showing me that G-Box is up 75% from the close, ARTL 47%, etc. If I click on relative volume, showing the stocks that are having like incredible volume days, G-Box 419 times normal up to this point of the day. Things like that. Okay. Now I'm going to click on change from the open. How much does the stock change from its opening trade? Again, G-Box happens to be at the top. So that's all well and good, but how do we use this to make money? Okay. I've got a huge list of stocks. How am I going to use this to make money? Now, I suppose I could try to stare at the top one at 52.7% and see if it starts changing dramatically. But how crazy would that be? Okay. The races. So, what the races do, and I run a race every 4 minutes. So, when a race starts, all these stocks are at the same starting position. If a stock, now G-Box could be really starting to run, but what if this MRIN right down here at 6.4%, okay, from the open? What if all of a sudden some buying enthusiasm comes in and now it's 7%, 8%, 12%, 15%? Okay, I would never know that. Meanwhile, this could be just stuck. G-Box could be just kind of stuck right here, not moving at all. So what the races do is that allows you to see a stock moving in relation to everything else on the list. What has the highest relative strength, I guess, if you want. Okay. What is moving now? I mean, it's all well and good to see the ones that are at the top, but how's that going to help you really trade? You want to, in my opinion, you want to see the ones that are moving now, and then you click on the alert and see what's happening. Okay. So that's the whole basis of this, the races. And so I mean, look at this list. I mean, it's a lot of stocks that it, excuse me, as long as the stock meets those filter requirements, it could show up on the race at any time. And a lot of times what'll happen, especially in the afternoon, all of a sudden you'll see a stock we haven't seen all day, and you'll just see it moving up, 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 up. And look at this 93%. Look at NVTA. Now, I'm not sure why that showed up right there, to be honest. I think what happened is no, I'm not sure why that showed up there. But you can see though, the big deal though is now you don't have to, if you don't want to miss anything, but you want to see the fast moving stocks, the races is the way to go. And the other major factor is that it'll create a top 10 list for you. So right now, the number one position G box and why it says 7, that means that since I've run these races since 9:30, G box has won a race 7 times today. Wet G has won 2 races, not that big a deal, but you can see that Bed Bath and Beyond won 2 races. This turns into a great watch list for the day. In the afternoon, excuse me, in the afternoon, You look at ILAG as an example. What only won one race, but maybe it's just basing for a while. And maybe it's consolidating, and you look at it and go, you know what? If it hit this price, I want to know about it. Maybe I'll buy it right there. Or if you're shorting maybe down here. So, I mean, it creates a great watch list for you. Just give me a moment here. So, how to open, and again, I don't watch this, okay? There's no real reason to have this open, okay? Because you don't want to get too, I mean, there's no real point in clicking, well, I wonder what this one is doing. I wonder what this one is doing. There's no real point. Let the race tell you what is moving now. But if you want to see what the rate, what the top list is, you just right click, open the top list. Okay, and then it'll show you what the top list is that the race is based on. And you can create, of course, you can create your own. You can start your own top list and run the race based on how you like to see things. I only have one. I have two top lists going. Okay, I have the large caps just to keep an eye on it, just to sort of see, and this one. I do not want to have a bunch of top. I don't want to have a bunch of races going. I don't want to have a bunch of races going. I don't want to fall into the old trap that we can, having all sorts of different alert windows open. I don't want to do the same thing with my races. I concentrate about 99% of the time on this one right here, and I'll glance, every now and then at the large caps just to see what sort of correlation there is. But that's it. You can create races based on any sort of parameters. I'm just not going to get into it. But if you want to do the parabolic move top list, go ahead. I mean, a lot of this is probably quite parabolic. Okay, something's on a little haywire here, guys, because there's no way that's 79% and 44%. So I think what I did, I may have messed something up. Hmm. Yeah, APRN is just soaring right now. Excuse me. No, I'm on a beta, okay, that you guys don't have, and I'm wondering if that is kind of screwing this up because obviously NVTA was not up that much. So something is let me see if this continues. Excuse me. Yeah. So Kevin, really, I mean, you just have to practice trading. Okay, you're new to trading. You're finding your own pattern. You're beginning 1%. It sounds like you're just not letting your winners run. I mean, it's hard. I mean, especially when you're new, it's hard not to take a profit almost immediately when you're up. Okay. My only advice is to practice in our simulator. See how something's going on here, guys. I don't know what. Let me just see if I can figure what is going on here. Yeah, I could probably do. I probably went back to the production version you guys are on. This wouldn't be happening, but I'm in replay mode. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, thank you. I was demonstrating how to do that. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I, c- I was demonstrating to somebody in our YouTube room how you get into replay mode and all that. So I guess it will replay, which is crazy. Okay, now we're back to normal. Yay. How's AMC doing? I mean, is AMC following? Not even, well, kind of, but not really. And GME. I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond is sort of taken over as the numero uno meme stock. Not even close. The rest of the other ones are just not really moving. GRTS. Okay. I want to also show you now what this brokerage plus window. I'm way behind in my explanations, guys. I've been quite distracted this morning. Lots going on. So yeah, Kevin, again, if you're listening to me, practice in the simulator so you can let a stock run further. Okay. I mean, if you haven't practiced trading, because the question is, and it's a common question. We all do it. I got out of something too soon. Well, a lot of that can be, of course, hindsight. You get out of something and it keeps moving higher. But sometimes, of course, you get out of something and it moves lower. So you can excuse me, congratulate yourself for getting out when you did. But you can practice in a simulator. Maybe only get out of half the trade when it hits a certain point, and keep the other half and see what happens. Get used to doing things like that. Kind of trying to let your winners run a bit. Okay, this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window in the upper left-hand corner. I put a link in. It's called Brokerage Plus. Two videos. There's a short video. Oh boy, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, there's so much happening in not a low float either. 61 million in the float for GRTS. Anyway, there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. They're the only two brokerage firms it works with, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, okay? And again, this is only available if you're using our web-based version. This is not available. But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this, okay? It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Okay. And if you want to get really into the weeds of it, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes, and he will go. You can ask him questions about Brokerage Plus. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. Okay. So in order to load Brokerage Plus, click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and this window will show up. You may have different columns, but this window will show up. And this is what you would see. You would say not connected and then click on sim for simulation, paper trading. It'll change to account, click on account, and then simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. And we've made it very simple with the buy button. Okay, we created a default for you guys. So if you click on that buy button, you will buy $5,000 worth of stock. Okay, and a stop will be put in automatically. I'm not saying that, and you can always adjust the stop, etc. But we're just trying to give you the feel for buying a stock in our simulator. Okay, and you can set that buy level wherever you want. So for instance, what if I said, well, I wouldn't mind taking GRTS, but maybe if it pulled back to at 465 level. So you can click on the buy button, crosshairs will appear, and click at that 465 level. A blue line will appear. A blue line will appear. So if GRTS gets down to 466, it'll take the trade and it put a stop down. It's hard to read it, but right there at 410, the low of the day. Again, is that an ideal stop? No, but we're just trying to automate it a little bit. But of course, I can take that stop and move it higher. Okay, just right on the chart. Just showing you how easy it is to take maybe a trade on a pullback. Now, if I want to take the trade immediately, of course, I can just drop it right to the price. Look at it, INTR, guys. What the heck is happening with this one? INTR. If I wanted to take this immediately, I'll just click the buy button, put it on the price. Oh, I guess I put it just above the price. No, I see what happened. It dropped immediately. So if I don't want to do that, I just go to the orders and I right click and I cancel the order to buy. But I guess I didn't do it quickly enough. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can do this. Okay. And now you can adjust your stop, but it gives you the feel for taking trades and seeing how well you're managing exits and things like that. Again, what if I look at Bed Bath and Beyond, but I don't want to take it unless it pulls back to, I don't know, the bottom of that 15-minute candle. So click the buy button. Because I know a lot of people would rather take pullbacks, pull back to a certain level, maybe pull back to a VWAP, maybe a pullback to the 200-day. But like a lot of people like to play the VWAP levels. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, you can look it up, what the VWAP is. Volume weighted average price. But there are all sorts of ways to do this, but that's why we're saying, I mean, we've got the simulator. It is part of our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker because, you may be still pondering about who your broker is going to be. And so, but you want to practice trading, no problem. You need our again, this is all part of our test drive right now, but you could take a subscription out later on. All you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. This looks like it could be the end of G-Box, guys. I'm just looking here. That's what we call a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. But it had a heck of a day, heck of a run. in terms of percentages. I mean, even if you took it from the AI at 153, see, there's where the AI got out completely on that little profit save area. I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken any out, but I wouldn't have taken everything out. And then look what it did. Look at how it ran. All right, there's the INTR guys back up. Okay, if our own brokerage is linked to TI, can option trades be executed? Well, I don't know how to answer that question exactly. I mean, okay, if you're talking about, we have what we call as an external linking tool. All right, look at this one go now, the INTR. We have what we call an external linking tool. So we link with many brokerage platforms, okay, including like TDA and Thinkorswim and all that. All linking is that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your broker's platform. So if you're clicking on symbols quite a bit all day long, it'd be a bit of a pain if you had to type the symbol in. So there is, and this is called external linking. If you click on tools and then external linking, you just basically, add the link and you follow the instructions. Okay. And so it's what it is a time saver. So, I mean, I guess, Ethan, to answer your question, I mean, if you can establish a link with your broker, and then obviously from within your broker, you can trade options, not automatically or anything, but you can trade options if that's what you mean. Yeah. What a green bar ignored is, whoa, speaking of which, forget that green bar ignored. For the G box, that looked like it was going to be a green bar ignored. Wow, I'm not in it anymore, guys. I'm completely out. The only thing I've got left is a piece of the Bed Bath and Beyond. I had to all the resolve in the world to hold on, here to a piece, and I did. Wow, I mean, this is insane. Absolutely insane what's happening with this one. I mean, now the next high is 28.78. No, TI does not have anything to do with options, Ethan. Nothing. No options changed, nothing. If that's what you mean. Okay, as far as okay, let me go over green bar ignored, or red bar ignored, same thing. I mean, same concept. So look at BBBY. Okay, I'll bring out a chart. Look at this 15-minute chart. Here's a classic red bar ignored. You have an uptrend, okay? Then you see that. Let me get it really big so you understand what I'm talking about, and anybody else who's interested. See that red bar right there? Totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next bar is green, and it moves above the high of that candle right there, which is 2061. That creates the possibility of a long buy, okay? A buy signal. You just kind of look at it like this. There's an upward trend, a pause in the trend, and then a continuation of the trend. Probably couldn't pick a better example than this, okay? You want to print this chart out? This is a great example of a red bar ignored. A green bar ignored would just be the reverse. You've got a red candle and then a green bar and then another red candle. And it doesn't matter the time frame. I have this on a 15-minute chart, but it doesn't matter the time frame. And now Bed Bath and Beyond is finally halted. And by the way, Joe, you told me that you were getting alerts yesterday. That's why I didn't even think to ask if your exchange agreements had been signed or filled out, because I saw that's what you had to do, right? But I'm sure we asked the question: Are you getting alerts from other scans? and you said yes. So I didn't even think about the fact that your exchange agreements hadn't been signed correctly. Okay, with Thinkorswim, if you go to our homepage, they'll give you a script about how to make sure that your Thinkorswim is connected. Or somebody in here. I mean, I know it's a matter of running both in administration mode. If somebody wants to help, scans outside of trade ideas. Well, no. Why would I care about that, Joe? That's okay. I'm just pulling your leg a little bit here. But yeah, when I asked are other scans working, of course I meant within trade ideas. So guys, anybody want to help up $2 regarding Thinkorswim? I could send them to our homepage, but I know there are people that use Thinkorswim. That's okay, Joe. Wow. I have no, it's got to be. I do a stock of the day video. I have two, obviously, but I think because I'm still in this one, it'll be the BBBY. I'm not in the G box anymore. What a day, guys. I mean, I haven't even looked at the market. NAS is, you see, who cares? I mean, you know what trade ideas is really excellent at? I mean, it doesn't really matter what the market's doing. I mean, the market's putting on a big run here, but I guarantee you, this is not Bed Bath and Beyond is not moving up because the market's doing this. I mean, it's probably not hurting, but it's trading on its own. These are like alpha stocks. You've heard that term perhaps, an alpha stock. Stocks that are trading on their own. In other words, they don't care what the market's doing. They don't care what their sector is doing. They're just trading on their own. And why is G-Box trading on its own? It's an earnings play, you know. 17 million in the float, very low float. Lots of activity. 68 million have traded the float, what, 5 times, a little over 5 times now. It's every day. It is every day. You should get an email. Yeah, oh my goodness. Now even GME is going. The memers have got a hold of this one now. Okay. Remember I was saying, I wonder what AMC is doing. Now AMC is lagging. Keep an eye on AMC, guys. Keep an eye on it. The three of them, AMC, GME, and of course now Bed Bath and Beyond. But AMC is kind of lagging. Sort of missed my entry. I've been trying to trade GME around that 40 level, and because every day, but it hasn't really been doing anything the last few days. And I was remarking earlier how, GME, AMC certainly lagging Bed Bath and Beyond, but all of a sudden the interest came in. So again, guys, don't get overwhelmed by all this, okay? Trading isn't easy. I mean, and that's why we have the simulator. Now, obviously, obviously, if I'm paying attention, I'm not going to allow a trade that I get in at 416 that moves up to 442 to take me out for a big loss. Okay. I mean, hopefully that's obvious. And that's the INTR demonstrating how you can take a trade. You would never, ever, ever allow that to happen. Because at one point I was up quite a bit in the simulator on that trade. Okay. The things that happen when you work at home. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Guys, I'm back. And remember, you've got me between 8 and 3:30 Monday to Friday. You've got one of the other traders between 12 and 1 Monday to Friday. There are five other traders, different trading styles. You've got Chris Varley in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And so lots and lots of support. Lots and lots of support, okay? So you don't have to feel that, man, I can't learn it, how am I going to learn any of this? I mean, I really preach the fact you've got to take a look at the user guide, the getting started. But sure, we're here to help, okay? We don't want to feel like you take the program and then we disappear on you. So Mike in our YouTube room, is it a new feature? We've had it for a few months, okay? But I have adopted it almost exclusively now for the last 6 weeks. And that's all I really look at now. Okay, obviously, guys, I should say obviously, but I mean, you've got to, wow, I didn't even realize that GME got halted. They got halted. But the Bed Bath & Beyond halted on the way down now. Yeah, it's called stock racing. Mike, if you go to our user guide, you can learn all about it. It is I think it's probably, in my opinion, it's the best thing that Trade Ideas has ever come up with. More than Brokerage Plus, more than the AI. It's the best thing, in my opinion, that Trade Ideas has done in the 12 years I've had the program. And if you want to learn more about it, Mike, and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, go to my homepage, go to the education section and click on TI Stock Racing, and you'll find out all about it. Yeah, Ethan, this is like this. This is, as I said before, the question is, will the live streaming, once the test drive is over, we're not doing anything special for this test drive. In other words, for the support. This is the way it is all the time. The different people Monday to Friday between 12 and 1 in YouTube, me 8 to 3:30 in the main room, and Chris 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. It's like that all the time. Anija, I got to give kudos to you. Nice early call on the G box. I think that was even pre-market. I didn't really sleep. I didn't really sleep on it. I'm not in it anymore, but did okay. Oh, okay. GRTS. I miss it too, but wow. Great call, Zach. So guys, in this main trading room, we've got a lot of great traders, okay? And it's not all about my telling you, well, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, but there's different trading styles. And so the main trading room is just a little more, well, not a little more, it's a lot more active. More traders in the room, more interaction among traders. So no problem if you want to stay in YouTube, but there is another room and it looks like this, okay? What time is it now? 11:40. So I just want to confirm it'll be Mike O. Okay, just getting a confirmation it will be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break. And the answer is yes. So it will be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. See how all these stocks that are, moving are just appearing here. You don't really have to do too much. If you're looking for active trading stocks, you don't have to do too much other than just follow this window. How to download it? Do you know how to download anything, Joe? In other words, if I give you a link, you know how to download the link? Okay, here's the link. And now remember, it is a layout, Joe, okay? It's a layout. So make sure if you've got a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Because you can only have one layout at a time. I don't want to get into docking or anything like that. But make sure you save, if you have a layout that you've created, make sure you save your layout first because my layout will replace your layout. Now, before I take my break, very important that you save everything to the cloud, okay? If you create a scan, save it to the cloud. If you create a layout, save it to the cloud. Save everything to the cloud. Why? Few reasons. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but you can have it loaded on as many devices as you want. So obviously I'm working on a desktop, but I have a laptop. All I have to do is download the program. And then if I want to load a layout, I just file load from cloud because I've saved my layout to the cloud or maybe an individual window but as long as I've saved anything to the cloud, super simple, obviously. I just load it from the cloud. I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, device to device. Also, if if I'm just working from a desktop and something happens to my desktop computer, well, and I have to get a new one, well, it's a pain, but as long as I've saved all my work to the cloud, again, all I have to do is download the program and then load everything from the cloud. Common question or common. I didn't, my layout disappeared. Did you save it to the cloud? No. Okay. So that's why I try to really, really, almost belabor the point about saving everything to the cloud so that it's always there for you. The other thing is that if you're part of this test drive and anything you do in this test drive, if you save it to the cloud, if you decide later on you want to take out a subscription, if the day after the test drive, a week after, a month after, a year after, whenever, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything you did will be there for you. Okay. So save everything to the cloud. I mean, there's no excuse not to. I mean, I could sit right here, this window here, right click, save or share to cloud, save. The share part would be as if I wanted to give you a link. Okay, we can share links and all that, but just save. So there's no excuse not to save things to the cloud. Ron, I cannot check. You're gonna have to, because I don't, that's more of an accounting issue. So you can, I'll give you support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and you can ask that question. Let me just, excuse me, click my link. Oh, that's nice. This link is broken. Okay, just give me a moment. So I guess that link is broken. Give me a moment. Ah, so that's what was happening when you submit. Nothing is happening. Yeah. Well, I wonder how long that's been. Oh, wait a minute. 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 I'm an idiot. Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. Well, you got to put in. Okay, so I'm sorry. I mean, of course, you got to put in your name. Here, I'm just a little bit tired, perhaps, but and then your email. I'm not a robot. Oh, I see. Okay. Submit. So I don't know what happens. You would think you get some kind of a announcement or something that says, okay, you've correctly submitted or something to that effect. I will check my email though. Maybe that's where it is. All right, guys. Well, I'll figure this out later. I'm asking the person who does all the stuff for my homepage to see what's going on. Is there a way on the charts to see? No. On the charts to actually see how much a stock is up and down? No. Well, it should be here. I mean, we do have a YouTube link. What's supposed to happen though is you're supposed to get an email. You're supposed to get an email, and then if you sign up, you get an email with the video. I haven't done it yet, of course. But if I go to our YouTube room, yeah, I'll have to figure that out, Ron. I'm not sure where it is. I mean, I'm not sure the link I mean, I know they're all listed there somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Okay, thank you, Benny. I'm gonna have to pass that on. All right, guys. So Bed Bath and Beyond is now regaining a bit. Kirk, there's another one that is. I mean, it's too late for me now, of course. But again, if I'm not moderating a room, and I'm just staring at this window all day long, and I'd be just sort of salivating about all these opportunities, and trying to figure out, okay, NVTA as it look at. I mean, look at NVTA right now. See how it's maybe trying to curl back up. Maybe. I mean, that's the whole. So as a watch list, even though it's not winning a race or it's not showing up here, but look what it's trying to do here. That's why I'm saying, you click on an alert, TMC. Let's see what TMC is doing. Can you not see the TMC? If it maybe took out, I don't know, that 110 mark, maybe it gets rolling again. I mean, we don't know, of course, but I can drop a buy button. I can drop a buy in there and say, okay, let's take it if it gets up to 110, and just see what happens. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm just decide. Okay, so I'm just getting prepared for Michael to show up in probably about 5 minutes, Michael Noss. So what I'll do right now is put the YouTube link in. You want to head over and talk and listen to Michael, ask him questions, his take. Well, only thing I know about AMTD is that it was pretty active early. Yeah, I mean, again, it may start to curl around. I mean, I'd have to have a lot more. I mean, this is the one that was linked with that HKD, but it just got absolutely trashed afterwards. So, I mean, it's possible that maybe if it takes out that 3 level, it's possible it could have another run. Yeah, here's that phase, FAZE. This was one that was just wild for a couple of days. IPO back here. I think it was a SPAC. Almost sure it was a SPAC that turned into phase, FAZE. Did nothing for a few days, then had that big day, sort of a follow-up day, big sell-off though, and then right back down to kind of where it all started. And now, it's starting to move again. If this took a like the high of yesterday was 1440, I mean, if it takes out that high, what did it get to? 1448. Kind of see if it can take out, watch it tomorrow. I mean, this may be just starting to make another move. I mean, it's made a nice little move today, but if it can take out the high of today, which is basically the high of yesterday, I mean, the next high looking left is 1914. That's how I'd be looking at it. So, you know what? I'm just going to stick a buy alert right there. Just stick a buy alert, click the buy button, drop it there. And if it happens, great. This is in the simulator now. Fubu not dead. Wow. Wonder what put a charge into Fubu. Wall Street bets. Yeah. So here we go. There's the Wall Street bets, WSB guys. So there's Fubo and Bed Bath. Really, Best Buy? Or did they forget a B? Oh, even Best Buy, favorite store in the world. All right, guys. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up, so I'm going to put my announcement in. How many shares, just for fun? Because there were none yesterday for Bed Bath and Beyond. I think they dried up again, right? None available now. Well, I don't know how to answer a question. Is there some advantage? I mean, it just means that your top 10 list will not have as many dynamic ones. There's no disadvantage or advantage. I like running it right at 9:30 because it automatically generates a top 10 list based on the number of winners, how many times a stock won a race. So obviously you start it later on. I mean, you're not going to get more than likely some stock winning 5 races or 10 races because you've missed the first 2 hours. But I'm not saying that's a disadvantage, but that's why I like running the race right from the beginning of the day and right to the end. It creates a great watch list. You can, I mean, G-Box could be watched tomorrow. I mean, it's an earnings play. It could be watched tomorrow as an example. So this creates a great watch list for the day and maybe some of them for the next day. Do I think it's going to be like GME and getting up to $400? Do I really think that? No. I mean, it could happen, but I don't think so. No. But look at the top two here, guys. G-Box and BBBY, the top two right here. So these stocks, have to be watched all day long. In other words, with BBBY, maybe it pulls back to a certain level that you like. Maybe G-Box does the same thing. Things like that. That's how you use this. A stock that keeps winning a race over and over all day long has to be watched all day long. And there is Mr. Michael Noss. I just heard a magic ping.
That's me.
All right. What a day, Michael. Whew.
Just
Let me ask you, do I
really.
think Bed Bath and Beyond is be the next GME?
Yeah, I'm that's one of those in trading you can never be happy, right? So I bought Bed Bath and Beyond over yesterday's high, so like 17. I think I got it right over $17 and I would love to say that I was in it past 20, but I got
Yeah.
out right before 20. So it's like one of those times that even when you have a good trade, there's always something in trading to look back and say, ah, damn it, I could have
Oh
done
yeah,
that better.
and and we had a question in the YouTube room, not quite like that, but I mean, how do I let my winners run? Well, even you've been trading a long time, I've been trading a long time, and it's hard. I mean, you get something, especially something that pops like that, 10%. It's hard, and you always think, well, when is the rug going to get pulled on something like that? And it's hard, I mean, in retrospect, it looks, well, why didn't I? Well, it's awfully hard.
Well, and as weird as it is, one thing that I've noticed, and I do well before pandemic times. I did a lot of traveling and talked to a lot of big name traders and stuff. And one thing that's I've noticed that every big name trader um, complains about is not holding their winners long enough. Like it seems like almost ubiquitous amongst
Yeah,
successful traders that's there's the old saying, you can't go broke taking a profit. And I do think, as much as you obviously want to get as much out of your winners as possible, it just seems uncanny that successful traders always complain about being out too early. So I always wondered, is that, is there something there? Is that part of it that you just eventually, that although you're going to be pissed when something like BBBY happens, that more times than not, you were better to take the
exactly.
profit.
Especially if it happens quickly. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if it's sort of steady, I mean, I don't know how it was trading from 17 to 20, but I mean, if it was sort of steady, steady, steady with not giant candles, you probably would have stayed in the trade. But I mean, if it jumped that $3 in, 5 minutes, pretty tough to not take out most anyway.
Yeah, it was. So here's the 15-minute chart. So it messed around for a little bit and then just spiked right to 20. So it was one of those.
Right.
I'm like, okay, that's a mega whole number, and it's the perfect round number of not only it's a round number, but it's also a 10, 20, 30 kind of a thing. So I was just like, I'll
Exactly.
take that. And so now, well, basically, what I think is that I'm doing a service to our subscribers because hopefully one of them got it. Now it's going to go to 100 because I'm out. That's just the that's just the nature of it.
That's right.
But listen, Barry,
Okay,
go
my
to the
friend,
pub,
I'll take
grab your
off now, so I'll see you in about an hour.
okay, have a beer on me.
I will.
Later, man. Okay, everyone, and welcome to any of the people here for the hotkey or for the sorry the test drive. If you're new, basically what we do is we open up the room every single noon Eastern, just to questions. So the whole focus here will be 100% on whatever questions you guys may have. Just note that we love the questions because there's generally speaking nothing prepared. We just want to make sure that we have that time. We understand that both trading is complicated, and with a software as powerful as trade ideas, that's going to be a little complicated as well. So the idea is that we devote a whole bunch of time for support for those that want to kind of get their hands dirty and learn. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and more of a quantitative trader. Essentially just means where most people will look at something like news and combine that with technicals for their trading. For me, it's more um, looking at probabilities and statistics, and then using that for decision making on top of just charts and all that. So that's me, and I haven't even looked at the market today, to be honest. It really looks like I didn't miss much. Just a big slow grind up. It's very interesting. I was reading a report, I believe last night. see, maybe I can find the link while I'm rambling, but essentially just was looking at the stocks that were the most covered or the most bought in this rally in the most recent like handful of days, and they all appear to be heavily shorted stocks. So this kind of appears anyway that this is that season. There seems to be, for lack of a better term, a season every um, 6 months or so where they go after the huge short names. And one thing, me and Steve were on Wolf's Spaces yesterday, and we were talking a lot about this Wayfair. So this Wayfair is certainly something that is interesting to me with a 30, damn near 30, so 29.38% short float. Massive, like just absolutely hammered from 300 down into the 50s, but put in this base for a boat, all right, it's from May on. So if we take something that I always like to do as a relative strength trader, we do a duplicate, and then we'll kind of pop that down into here. And then let's look at the SPY. I have to, and then we'll just unlink this and then look, just so you can see. This is something that I like to do where you look at the S&P 500 on the bottom and you look at your chart on the top and you make sure that they're relatively lined up. And you can see that as the SPY in through here is making lower lows and selling off, Wayfair did a pretty good job of holding steady. So it's one of those that there's some relative strength in the name, but more I just like the fact that this thing's been basing for a long period of time. So there's some accumulation here. And then whatever happened on earnings, it popped up a bit and now it's just basing sideways. So you could look at this, bring on my Epic pen, as a potential cup and handle style play. And again, with a 28% short float, and we notice that all the short float guys seem to be going. You know, it's important to note that these seasons don't last forever. So if you're in some of these, obviously, uh, be better than I was with Bed Bath and Beyond, but make sure you're not holding for these things to go to a million. Take your profits, know that they're probably going to come back down at some point and the season will spark up again. And as a trade ideas sub, you'll know. So potentially, all right, what I'm looking at here is a little cup and handle. And then the big thing being that massive, massive short float on this name. So if we can close above, I'm already in some here, but if we can close above these highs right here, so, in the 73 or so area, I think that this thing could maybe take a run at 100. Nice solid number there. That's a pretty good, that's like a what, 30 something, 35, 36% potential return. And if we break back under this base, if we close, for me anyway, if we close under here, that's going to be where I'm going to go, okay, I'm wrong, time to move, get another one. So how I analyze a trade is I basically say, okay, so if this bit is my risk right here, and then that's my return. That return is probably about 3 times the risk. Do I think there's better than a 50-50 chance? Then that's going to happen. And if so, just rinse and repeat that, right? You don't need to be right all the time. You don't need to, uh, you just need to make sure that you're right at a somewhat decent percentage. And the somewhat decent percentage could even mean something to the effect of a, 40%, right? There's some of the best traders out there, some of the best hedge funds out there have less than 50-50 win rates. Just when you're right, you make a whole bunch. And when you're wrong, you don't lose that much. And that's it. And we're going to move that. Here's another one that's interesting to me. So we have a new play. Actually, let me play with some of these indicators so I can show you. We have a new Market Explorer scan. People might be interested to check out. This one was requested by Steve Gomez and uses his 10 SMA. And I'm not really an indicator guy. However, I have seen some mega power with this one. And basically, what it's looking for is an upward sloping 10 SMA. So we have some positive direction. The 10 SMA is a pretty wildly used um, endeavor. It's an OG indicator simply because it's back in the day before the computers, people would use the 10 SMA because it was really easy to calculate. It's just the last 10 closing prices, and then you shift the decimal place over one. It also represents 2 weeks of trading action, right? 5 trading days. So that's why I think this one's interesting. But what this scan looks for, if you look at all of these, we'll go through some of them. So there's Burlington. It's looking for a handful of days above the upward sloping 10 and then a pullback to it. The low penetrates the 10 SMA, but then it starts to trade up again. And there's some pretty good looking names that come through here, right? This FLNC. It's very interesting. Came back down, touched the 10 after earnings yesterday. If it gets back up to this kind of 18 or so, that might be interesting. One thing that I'm watching is Upstart. I actually like it so much. It's actually typing that to Steve in our company Slack. So this one's interesting because we had a little bit of a gap down here, some consolidation, and now it's slowly starting to push up. And you can see why it showed up on this scan. It comes back down, penetrates the 10 SMA, and then starts to immediately trade up. So it finds some support there. This one's got a 35% short float. I'm going to verify that hold on, let me go here. Let's make sure. Oop. That's a wild short float. Yeah, shortsqueeze.com agrees. So a 35% short float, potential kind of rounded bottom going on here. Comes down, tags the 10 SMA, and then pops higher. The thing I like about this scan is I could see you building a full trading plan around this scan alone. And that's kind of the stuff that we looked like here, where that's kind of the point that I want to do with the Market Explorer, where everything's kind of a all-encompassing potential trading plan. So, the trading plan that I could see somebody building on something like this would be something to the effect of, okay, well, if the premise is that we're in an uptrend, we come down and tag the 10 SMA and then bounce. Well, that's probably going to be my stop loss, right? Right below, right? If we close below the 10 SMA, and maybe I'll just trail it like that, right? So maybe, I don't know why going back is not working on this. This is supposed to go back further than this, but for example, where's the second? Right here. So here was one trade on Alcoa, right? So you could have very easily go, okay, I'm going to buy it either when it breaks that candle's high or just on that date, if it closes above the 10 SMA, I'm going to then just say any close below the 10 SMA, I'm out. And you get this kind of nice trailing stop. And we haven't really closed below the 10 SMA since. So the thing I like about it, a scan like this, is again a fully encompassing trading plan in one thing. So what I'm thinking of doing here is buying some Upstart right here and then just trying that and saying, hey, if it closes below the 10 SMA, it's time to get out. As long as it stays above it, it's time to stay in. And right, your hope is that over time, maybe this thing just kind of grinds higher and then breaks the 10 SMA at some point. And you get a nice little gain on it. And you turn around, move on to the next one. So this scan is just part of the Market Explorer. So let's just, if you're new, you can find the Market Explorer, just new, and then Premium Market Explorer right here. And essentially what it is, it will open up a box like this. You can right click, click select scan, and there's just a whole bunch of scans in here. And it's important that even if you find something that you don't like, that you continue to check back on, and you continue to, um, load it up maybe once a week, see what's new. I'm going to start doing short, kind of 1 minute videos, 1 to 2 minute videos explaining each of these. But the point is pretty simple on this one, where um, basically what happens is, so trade ideas as the base system has a lot of cool stuff you can do, but it's kind of a sandboxed environment. And the reason for that is that we can't build every filter under the sun, just because there'd be just way too much computing power, right? And we're a retail service, so we're trying to keep the price, so it's affordable by retail traders as opposed to a Bloomberg or something like that. But what the Market Explorer does is it kind of erases that sandbox where I can build anything, but then the same thing still applies, in which, we need to make sure that we're building things that is going to affect the masses mostly, because if we build every scan in the world, it takes more and more computing power. But what I do is, probably every week I add another 2 or 3 scans to this thing, and the hope is to keep expanding it out and expanding it out until the point where we come on a little headroom, and I pop I hit the cap, and then I ask for some more server room, and away we go. Um, so yeah, this scan is just called the 10 SMA daily. You can see it right there. 10 SMA play. And again, the idea is just something in an uptrend comes down, tags the SMA, and then bounces, right? That's what we're looking for, is that bounce. So with Upstart, while I was rambling with you guys, I just set a stop limit up in this zone. So if we break higher, it will buy me some, it will put the stop kind of in this area, and then I'll just check it every day. Cool. Yeah, so, it's just going to refresh. It will add symbols every 10 seconds if they meet the criteria, and then it'll remove them if they no longer meet the criteria, right? So KNDY, for example, is on there now just because it had a nice little bounce off it. But, if, for example, one of these rolls over and it starts trading under the 10 SMA, it will remove it from the list because it's no longer valued. We want it bouncing off, right? OSTK is an interesting one as well. It's overstock, so this is probably going to move with Wayfair, right? I don't. Those are American things, but they're probably about the same thing, right? It is a. It's not a alert or a Sorry, it's not an alert or a top list. So you go new and then multi-strategy, or sorry, Market Explorer window down here. No, currently the Market Explorer is part of the premium package. One of the main reasons for that is that these scans, a lot of them take up a lot of server power, because essentially what I have to do when I build each of these scans is I have to build every individual part of the scan completely from scratch, right? So, this uses percentage off highs. That's something I have to build from scratch. I had to build in the 10 SMA into the system from scratch. So the server power required for these is pretty intense. But so that's a Market Explorer window. And again, this is going to continue to grow. For any of you strat traders, we have a series of strategies, and that's something that's going to be expanded out. I have a contact that trades the strat, and we are going to do a series in which he teaches me the strat, and as I learn, I'm going to build more and more scans for the Market Explorer. So there's all that stuff. There's TI Strength, which is our relative strength scanner. There's some pattern recognition. There's going to be some more pattern recognition. I guess maybe I could tease. Oh, maybe not, because it's not working. But right, I'm looking to build a cup and handle scanner, so I need to start with building a cup, and then I need to build a handle, because that's one of the most. If you're a William O'Neill follower, he made multi millions of dollars with his cup and handle strategy. So eventually we're going to have a Can Slim scanner right in the system. So it's very interesting, because there's a lot that can be done, but it's about, when you have an infinite amount of examples, you need to make sure that there is you're doing what's going to make the biggest benefit, right, to the most amount of people. Including the fundamentals. When we build so right now everything in the Market Explorer is technicals only. So basically, what the Market Explorer gives me access to is price and volume data, anywhere from a 1-minute candle to a daily candle, and soon a weekly candle, going back like 15 years, right? So with that, I can build, in theory, anything when it comes to candlestick patterns and pattern recognition and different indicators and all that, because 99% of indicators out there are some derivation of price of volume, which is, again, why I'm not a mega fan of them, because they're all going to be lagging price and volume, because they're all derived from price and volume. However, the regular system has access to all of the fundamental side of things that Can Slim would look for. So what I'm hoping to do, again, building pattern recognition stuff is by far the hardest part. It's very easy, and this is why most people are inundated so much with indicators. So I got triggered in my upstart there. It's the reason why most scanning softwares and things like that really inundate people with technical setups, or with indicator setups, is because they're the easiest to do. Pattern recognition is just way more complicated. So, but my theory is when I build a cup and handle scanner, I can build that, and then the people who just want the pattern recognition can use that. But then we'll try to find some way to kind of merge the two systems where it takes the pattern recognition from the Market Explorer and then applies the fundamental filters as well, for people who are interested in that that combination of things. Because yeah, you know, sounds, Jason, that you probably read How to Make Money in Stocks, but it's one of those things that we have a lot of. Um, William O'Neill's just he was a monster, right? And if you haven't, although the name of the book is very cheesy, but if you haven't, um, if you haven't read How to Make Money in Stocks by William O'Neill, it's definitely one that you should. And basically, he had a cancel method. And the reason that I really like this book is it shows how one of the first systematic traders thought and operated. Like, he was one of the first that he's like, okay, I'm going to develop my system. I'm going to continue to use this system and kind of ignore everything else. And I can't remember all parts of it, but basically he had a series of fundamental filters that he wanted to see, increased earnings growth, a lot of things like that. um, and then he combined that with the cup and handle pattern. And I guess for people who don't know, you generally want an up move, and then you want, right, something like that would be your cup and handle pattern. The idea is that you have some sort of up move in a stock, you have a pullback, and you kind of want to wait. You don't ever want to just buy recklessly into the pullback. Then you have a accumulation phase. And this would be kind of your accumulation phase. And then the stock starts an uptrend. And generally speaking, you'll get a bit of resistance around that old high. And that resistance can turn into a bull flag or some pattern like that. And then you're basically just buying the breakout of this that you hope leads to a breakout into new highs. And then you hope the thing kind of pushes up. So Wayfair, for example, if we go back to that example, right? If you go to, let's go here and let's make this a really long-term chart. So you have support here. So this isn't your typical uptrend and cup and handle, but you have a big area of support here, which is one of the reasons that I was interested. And then you go into a shorter term chart and you can see you had this high right here, roughly. See if I can draw a straight line. The new baby gave me zero sleep last night, so forgive my not straight line. But yeah, so you have this area here that's important because it's the gap down, it's this prior low. You have the downtrend, and then you have the area of accumulation, and then you have an uptrend that starts. Resistance happens right at that old breakout point, and then it pulls back and it makes this kind of flag pattern. Right? So the idea is that if it breaks out from here, which is that prior area of resistance, a move to a next area of resistance, which is probably going to be around $100, that kind of makes sense. And then for me, I don't really care about um I don't really care about the fundamental part, but for people who do, they would just line up the fundamental side of things and say, okay, on top of this pattern, I want to see earnings and earnings growth and cash on hand and yada yada. Again, for me, the reason that I really like this one over probably a hundred other stocks putting in the same pattern is just this massive short float, and in the context of the fact that, right, Best Buy isn't, or Bed Bath and Beyond is not moving up because it's a good company. It's moving up because it's heavily shorted. And hope being that you have these short float seasons that seem to take place in which all the short float names go nuts. And this could just be one of one of those, and my hope is that this and Upstart that are heavily shorted, they just join the herd of everyone else. And then the beauty of it is, right, my stop, as I mentioned, is just really, really tight. If we close under this area, it's, you know, it's time to go. For me, anyway. What does the smart stop tell us in the single stock window? That is just a, if you have it added, which I don't, but you can add it here. This is more for intraday, but it's just a algorithmically designed stop loss. So it's just saying that based off of the volatility of this kind of security, the stop that you could probably get away with for day trading would be about $3 a share. And the reason we built that is, um, you know, we had a lot of users coming in and they would trade something like an Upstart or a Wayfair, and they try to get away with like a 10 or 15 cent stop. And it's just not going to happen, like, ever. So we thought it'd be very important to give a suggested level that the computer could derive, so it could adjust for every single security, because every single security trade's different, right? 15-cent stop on like a GE might be viable, where on something like Wayfair here would not be. So this adapts and says, okay, this one's kind of volatile. So, you know, look at this. That's probably so it's one of those things that we're just suggesting kind of a range, a viable range for a loss, stop loss area. So that's it, right? So, you know, if you see a smart stop of like $3 and your plan is to go in and trade and risk 10 cents, then you know something's wrong there, right? It's you're trying to risk too little. And then conversely, I guess if you see a smart stop of 25 cents and you're like, I'm going to risk $10, then you're probably going to go, okay, well, there's something a little bit weird there as well. And the hope is that you find something that makes sense, or right, just trade your plan. It's just a kind of an algorithmic suggestion for me, again, based off the volatility of the stop. Can I show a multi-strategy window? Well, yeah, but just all multi-strategy window is a way to combine alert windows. So if I load up a multi-strategy window by itself, let's make this a free-floating window, and then we'll close that, and then let's go back. So all this is a bunch of free-floating strategies. So I can add 4 or 5 or 10 or whatever alert windows in here. So that's the main benefit for it. If it's one of those things that um it's a screen real estate saver is the easiest way to put it. So if you have 10 alert windows running, which I would probably argue is you have too many alert windows running, and you want to shrink those down into only a few alert windows, then this is the way to do it. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So it's just kind of a box, I guess, to contain many windows. Yeah, sometimes cup and handles can be a Rorschach. Yeah. Well, all patterns can be a Rorschach test, right? So like we have just gonna do something here. Saw something that's a little weird. So if we go in and we look at our pattern recognition stuff, and let's look at bull flag, we can see, right, some of these people will say, "Yeah, I see the bull flag." Some of them won't, right? And that's part of the problem with kind of pattern recognition as a whole. Is there is they're all subjective in nature, right? And we get that all the time. People saying, "Hey, can you build inverse head and shoulders?" Like, yeah, well, technically, probably. The issue is what you see as an inverse head and shoulders, other people may not see as an inverse head and shoulders. So it does make a very subjective nature when it comes to, which is why, especially for newer traders, as you're training your eye, I like the idea of scans like this, where it's very, very systematic in nature. It's trend following and it's systematic. And then as you train your eye, and you kind of understand what things mean to you, then you're able to go from there, right? Any ideas how to build a scan for stocks crossing 200 MA? So, right, if you want to build any scan, let's go through the process because this will help other people. So, we're going to build new alert window. Always double click start from scratch and then go to the search. So, if you're looking for the 200, you just type in the 200 and you scan through here. So here is the 200 SMA on 5 minutes that you were looking for. So you'd add that in as a filter and you'd want the price to be very, very close to it. So how we set up everything in Trade Ideas, we have a min and we have a max. I don't like that black color. Get my purple back. It's easier to see. Delete and then go. And then we have a min and then we have a max. So if you want something that's very close to the 200, you would just make these numbers very small. Now, how small is going to be up to you, and I'd play with it, but maybe you do a negative 0.1% on one side and then a 0.1% on the other side. And then you need to know what you want the chart to be doing at the time. So you said 5 minutes. Let's just type in 5 minute and see all of the 5 minute candle things that we have here. So maybe you just want it making a new 5 minute high and you add that alert in, and then there you go. So there's no price and volume on any of this, but if we go to an intraday chart and we go to a 5 minute chart and we go indicators and 200, we'll see stuff. Should put some volume or something in there. Yeah. So you'll see stuff that's crossing this 2 minute high. LX XS, right? So this is crossing that 200 period moving average. So, you might want to put some price and volume filters in there. Right? And then again, this is going to be up to whatever your trading plan is. But if I want to find my volume filters, I put in volume. For me, I like volume today. I really don't care about the average volume. I just want to make sure that it does enough. So let's say 500,000 shares today. I don't care what it did yesterday, especially for a day trade. So VTRS. You can see this one's getting really close to the 200 period. So although we don't have an exact crossing, this should be close enough. And then just start to play with that. How close is close enough for you? And I can, if I duplicate this into a free floating, I can make this. So we'll give you that link. And that'll be a good place to get started. And then just, tweak the filters. I don't know, add relative volume, increase, play with the volume filters, all that stuff until you get something that, that's what you're after. So give that a shot as a way to get going, and just understand that, it's a moving average. So I would make sure you pile enough things on top of that moving average setup that you're not just getting inundated with junk, right? Because something crossing a moving average, well, it could cross up and then cross down and then cross up and then cross down. So just make sure that it's doing so, I guess, in an interesting way would be the way that I'd put it. So that's why I really like relative volume as a filter because, oh, sorry, was checking something on my iPad and I messed some things up. Give me a second here. There, let's make that big and then make it small again. Sometimes I open up by accident this cloud computer on my iPad, and then all of a sudden it goes wonky. It's like fighting the iPad for the resolution. I'm going to switch to. Is it back now? Okay. There we go. Yeah, no worries at all. That's what we're here for. Again, something that Trade Ideas does that I think is great, in which we have, um, this hour devoted, and then Chris comes by for those who want more. Comes by after the 3:30. I think 3:30 Eastern, so 30 minutes before the market closes, and he does another half hour to an hour of live Q&A. So for the people who want to learn, Hood. So Hood might be giving it a shot again. This is another one that's kind of the same. There's a lot of stocks that have the same type of pattern going on right now, right? With this kind of base, and then something like that. So it's one of those things where there's going to be either a lot of breakouts and happy people, or we're going to have a big kind of failure here. And really, the SPY is getting to the point where it might be a little bit overdone. We might need to pull back. For me, what I'm looking for I guess anyone who's interested on the overall market is what happens when we pull back. That's the most interesting thing to me right now, because we had this kind of massive run, and at some point we have to either stop and pull back. Perfect world, we pull back to kind of this breakout zone and we hold that and we chop around for a little bit and then push higher. I think that would be a perfect scenario for the bulls to kind of keep this thing going. Question: how can I have the ticker? Oh, so to replace the tickers instead of the logos for the races on right click show race setup, and there's a company logos box right here. So all you'll have to do, the race has to be stopped in order to do it, but you'll just tick that. If you don't have that, go back to our website. You're on an old version. Um, right. So make sure if you don't see this right here, you put that in old version. I will tell you, I think I'm 90% sure the whole race car thing is going to be gone soon, and we're only going to use the company logos. They're just right. The race cars are cute, but there's no use for them. The company logos give you a way better view of kind of what's going on there. Um, and then why they're showing up in multiple places? Well, they're always going to show up here, and then the winners are going to show up here. They could show up on multiple races if they meet your criteria, right? And they could meet your criteria at any time. So go ahead but right, if they're coming up twice within a lane, that might be something that you need to update your version on too. But they definitely can show up in multiple races, and then they'll show up here and here if they've won a race. So GME2, that's right here, is just saying that it won this 10-minute race twice today. So what a lot of people use this part for is they use it to make a winner or a watch list, because these are just going to be kind of strong stocks. When it's leading, stocks start flagging. Not sure what you mean there. I'm not able to set up my account. For that, you may need to go to Trade Ideas and the yeah. So to set up your account, the only thing says please contact support to have your exchange agreement reset. Yeah, so you'll just have to go to our website, and there's a little support button on the bottom, and just enter the chat with them. It just means your exchange agreements are messed up. I know it's a hassle, but it's not us. It is the exchanges. They're really, really kind of tight-fisted about making sure that those agreements are filled out correctly. Just means something went wrong when you were filling out those exchange agreements. So they have to reset them, and then you fill them out again. And basically, right, it's just saying, I'm not a professional trader. I understand the risks of trading, blah, blah, blah. But it's like we get our data directly from the exchanges. So if they're not filled out correctly, they just won't pipe you the data. So how to interpret the number of wins? Well, for me, I don't really care about the number of wins. For me, what this section does, because what I'm running here is stocks from percentage from the open, and then what I use this for is just simply a watch list, right? So basically, think of it like this: this is showing you the strongest stuff right now, and this is showing you the strongest stuff at some point today. Right. So if there's a lot of action going on here, well, then you may want to be focused in here to make sure that you're in the strongest stuff right now. If there's really nothing going on here, then you can click through this list and you can say, okay, well, this is the stuff that was strong at some point today. Right. So what this ends up doing is just creates a watch list and says, hey, this is stuff that at some point or another was the strongest stuff today. So at some point or another, this was the stuff to trade. So maybe, again, if you're making a list or if you're bored or, if there's nothing else that's going on, you can click through this stuff and say, okay, this stuff was strong at some point in the past today. So let me make sure that this is the stuff that's doing. So it's just a watch list. Okay, so you can save that in a watch list or just that window. We are actually, that's one suggestion we had internally, and they're going to build in in which um, there'll be a button and you can click and you can push it over into a symbol list. So if you like the results, you can add them to a top list or an alert window or something like that. And then hopefully in the near future, it'll be able to be auto fed. So the winner of a race can get fed into a symbol list, and then you can do whatever you want with that symbol list. But that's definitely something that um, I had the same suggestion. I was the one that made the suggestion where it would be cool if, it populated a list for me, and then with that list, I could then start playing around, kind of doing whatever I wanted with that list. So what's the difference between the 10 SMA and 10 SMA daily in the Market Explorer? Yeah, one's 15-minute, one is daily. The goal is to have eventually, and I don't know if you guys can see it like this or not, but eventually there'll be all these submenus. So this one's kind of a perfect example of what it will look like when things are done. So we've got a main menu that says moving average, a sub menu that says crossover, but eventually, there may be moving average, like the 10 SMA play would be under moving average, and then there's going to be all these different time frames. It's just this is a beta project that we're pushing. So like this MFI divergence, you can see that there's daily and then a couple intraday ones. So eventually you'll just pick your candlestick or your indicator that you want to scan with, and then from there you'll be able to kind of filter in. But it's one of those things that we have to keep we're continuing to iterate on, and we're continuing to go out then. Cool. All right. So, any more questions as we start to get near that time where Barry's going to give me the hook and send me flying? Upstart. So I took two trades, I guess, while I'm on here live. Now these are swing trades for me, so I'm not, these aren't scalps. So I'm in a little upstart and I'm in a little W, and I got tight stops on both. My only fear is that at some point, right, we're going to have a pullback here in the market, and then that's going to cause pullback in whatever names are going. And then my hope is that the pullback. So we have this pretty clean breakout right here. So the pullback right in here, if that holds and we start to push higher, then I think the bull market's like back on. That's what you expect a healthy market to do, right? So do I run custom lists in my racing? No, I don't. The point and the thing about running custom lists is kind of the point of trade ideas as a whole is we find the shit, right? We do the best job of finding the things. So I don't want to limit that. Now I understand there's people out there who are only allowed to trade certain symbols. Some like CFD providers, some prop firms, things like that. But for me, I trade a bunch of stuff that I've never heard of before. And it's just because that's the stuff that's moving today. Right. Bed Bath and Beyond, I would never think of adding to a custom list. But again, I got a great trade out of it today, even though my exit is embarrassingly low looking at the chart now. But I would never think of adding this to a list. So what I want to do again is to use trade ideas to its full uh, to use it to its full potential is to just let it loose. And then if I find that I'm getting too much stuff or stuff that I don't like, is to tweak the filter. So if I'm getting a bunch of low volume stuff or stuff that's overextended or whatever, well, I can tweak the filters in the scan to change those. Right. I don't want to limit and say, hey, only scan these handful of stocks because I don't, again, I Upstart, right? I barely have an idea. They do something with mortgage, right? Barely. Uh, um, OSTK, right? I wouldn't know, like, I've never used Overstock, right? So it's like, and then maybe it's going to be this new company. So like one of my favorite scans within the Market Explorer right now are these IPO scans. So this is looking for really strong IPO stocks right here. And I've never heard of any of these. Like I'm in some of this SMR that I got from this IPO scan, and I'm in this from $11. Probably looks like my stop is below this candle, so I might get hit today. But I don't even know what this guy is. But again, that's our advantage is that we can just find this stuff that no one's looking at, no one's talking about, that kind of thing.
Michael, I have to interrupt.
What up?
I want you to answer Jason because I have no idea. So
All
he's
right,
asking
that's
for
that's
if
actually
you
cool.
don't
Did you
mind.
know you could do that, Barry? I don't know if you're looking at the stream right now, but you can click on the chat there. You see how it pops up
Yeah.
right on stream.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I do know that. Yeah.
I just think it's cool because then people know what I'm talking about with
Ah, okay.
an idea how to. It's on there tightening up within a daily's range, i.e., the range today is within yesterday's. Yeah, you can do that with customs, but we've got some Market Explorer scans for that. It's probably going to be your best bet. So if you actually look at candlestick pattern and inside day, then you're going to get an entire list of exactly what you're looking for there. So each of these candles is going to be, hold on, I'm playing with experimental versions. There we go. So each of these candles are going to be inside day candles so that we have one kind of pre-built for you. So hopefully this is exactly what you're after. Each of these is going to be trading inside of yesterday's candle. We also have, if you want to go crazy with it, we also have, and this one's under the strat right now, but we have a double inside day. So each of these guys is not only trading inside today's range, or yesterday's range is trading inside the days before range. So this is a great way to find things that are kind of tightening up on the daily. This is one that I go through every night. Because when you have these kind of double inside days, if you zoom in on a shorter term chart, what you get is you get like something that's getting really, really, really tight. So this is an ETF, so that's not very interesting, but this might be one to look at. So both of those, check them out. And yeah, it's cool things that we're building in this Market Explorer for sure. And just a question, is this session saved? Yeah, once Barry ends recording, the full day's recording will go up on the website or on the YouTube channel. So you can scrub back and forth to wherever it is that you want to go to. So just note that this will be about halfway through the day. And as you're scrubbing that YouTube video, you'll see the screen change from Barry's screen to my screen. And then you can watch through, scrub back and forth and do whatever you'd like with that. If you want to hear me ramble more, which I don't know why anyone in their sane mind would ever want to.
All right, Michael. I heard you. The little guy kept you up last night, so you can leave
Oh,
if
did
you'd
he
like.
ever? Did he ever?
Okay.
No, it'll be great. And yeah, I'll see you at the marketing meeting, I'm sure.
You will. Okay, I'll start sharing my screen. Okay, I think I'm good to go. Thanks,
Good to
Mike.
go. All right.
Oh,
Talk to you soon.
bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. There we go. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. Thanks, Michael, for spending that hour with you guys in YouTube. All right, what is happening? So, yeah, the Bed Bath and Beyond is still looking interesting. I mean, I'm not in it anymore. Argument to be made. I know William's talking about a 30 break. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with this? Um, yeah, stick an alert up here. You know what? I'll do the old, let's do a buy, drop it in at that level and in the simulator and see what happens. And you know, we've had some astonishing moves. I mean, look at this Viru. I mean, I know we looked at it. Sometimes it can be a really tough intraday trader. I mean, look at the Viru 3 days ago. Big topping tail. He was probably chopping around during the day. Never is never usually smooth. This is, you know, not bad. I mean, a little pullback, little base, and now a little move. But I mean, look at from where it come from 1350 all the way up to 24 in 4 days, less than 4 days, really, 4 full days. Amazing. And now look at the Bed Bath and Beyond trying to curl above 27. But we just had some huge moves. I think Tiva is another one. Now it's sort of basing today. Okay. Tide. You guys were talking about Tide. I know, of course, that Kirk just went crazy too. All right, so the B cab is sort of interesting. It's now through, well, yeah, it's through the 200-day moving average, 975, over that psychological number of 10, sitting, say, 1008, 1015 on the bid ask, not bad. Looking left, where we have to go way, what do we have to do? So we've got to go back here to the beginning of the year before we start to see those highs for B cab. And, you know, it's a moderate float, 30 million in the float. Trading 4.5 times normal. Well, I mean, the longer this holds over 10, this is getting what I'd love to see happen right now. The bid ask is 1005, 1013. I'd love to see something like, you know, 1012, 1015, clearing 10 behind. May not happen though. I'm looking at 1003, 1010. Remember I was talking about this NVTA curling? Now, how much did it curl? That's not bad, guys. I mean, not bad. If you were listening to me, I was talking about this one curling, and it, you know, went from 450 to 480, 490. I mean, it's not bad. If it can take out five, I mean, this has got some room. So do the same thing. Just put a buy at five in the simulator up here and see if it takes it out and starts to run from there. So I'm saying just practice in the simulator. I've got all these, you know, you can see what's happened. I've actually had a few that have done that and they've not moved. They've not moved into that buy range. If I click on the orders, you can see all these ones that are now these orders. Maybe it takes a while for it to get there. Yeah, another one. I mean, not a low float either, eh? LLG, not a low float. EV Play out of the Netherlands. This one I looked at, this VTYX, but the spread was awful. It's tightened a bit, but it was about 50 cents the last time I looked. 25.33, 25.48. So it's not terrible, terrible. But I mean, it's almost an all-time high. It's an earnings play, VTYX. Be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, a second day continuation off earnings, maybe. And that is the VTYX. VTYX earnings play after hours yesterday. No big reaction. I mean, look at the mauve area on the 15-minute chart. No big reaction to earnings after hours. And this morning it just ripped. I mean, it's up 36%. Low float, 22 million in the float. There it goes. There goes BCAB. Just talking about it, guys. Got to that level. I said 10, 12, 10, 15. Again, I'm just pointing things out, okay? You don't have to listen to me and take the same trades, but just pointing them out. I don't know how long it's going to go, but some of these are pretty quick hitters. You just can't rely on something just going to keep moving. Something that goes from about 10.15 to 10.50 in a heartbeat. Well, you've got to take some profit, in my opinion. Because most of these are running on no news. It's just maybe some Reddit group has got a hold of it. Yeah, there is so many that have moved incredibly today. Okay, so they did have some news enter social media, U.S. and Canadian markets. Right, BCAB, you wonderful little thing, you so far. So there was some news for BBIG. I mean, that's the news. And again, whether you think that news warrants the sort of move it's made, doesn't matter. What we think does not matter. Yeah, Mr. Dippo, you didn't take that dip? Skills. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. Skills, SKLZ. Let's see what it's doing. Well, hey, I mean, there's some volume. Look at the volume coming in, guys. Look at the volume, 1.6 million shares right there. I mean, it's a big float though, 240 million, but a lot of volume just came into SKLZ. Now, the issue with it would be, looking left and yeah, I mean, there's some room to the 230 mark. There is some room for SKLZ to the 230 mark. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look at the daily chart, you can kind of see, yeah, if it keeps moving, probably the next area it could stumble is around that 230 mark. But something, I mean, somebody wants this right now. SKLZ, look at the volume. Look at that biggest 15-minute bar of the day for SKLZ. Boy, I'm watching this one now, guy. 204, 205, 204, 205. That's the bid ask. Hasn't really moved. Just love that volume that came in. Is big an earnings play? Big lots. Is that an earnings play? No, no earnings play. End of the month, August 30th. Aha, guys, I'm hearing ARTL. ARTL must be on the move. Okay, now this is the high of the day. High of the day now for ARTL. They had some news. It was this was preclinical, right? Yeah, publication of preclinical results. So you got to be careful on this one because the spread just went crazy on the ARTL. Hmm. Well, also, you know what? I was all set to take this. I mean, it was looking good for me, but then it just dropped underneath 7, and then the spread just widened. Yeah, it's a little. I mean, if it gets over 7 again, now this is one I'm not going to put a buy even in the simulator because it's just too crazy. So what I want to do though is just put a price alert and see if it gets back up to 708 and then see what it does there and then maybe take it in the simulator because it's just a little too volatile. And the 200-day moving average, okay, you see what's happening. It's at 689. So, it broke through the 200-day, but it's sitting right at it now in that area, that 200-day moving average area. So you have to be wary of that also. Let's see if it can really clear that because if it can, I mean, look left, man. I mean, look at this. I mean, the next high is 705, and then after that, it's 1107. So, I mean, this has got a ton of potential if it can really clear this. Okay, let's look left on that daily chart. The next high is 705. And then after that, it's 1107. Again, I'm not saying if it gets past 705, it's going to get to 1107, but you got to like the room, the potential room to move. That's what it's all about for me anyway. But let it clear this 7 again. It may not. I mean, it may not do anything. It may just stop right here and that could be all she wrote. But I mean, just put a price alert. around 7:05 or so, and see if it takes it out again. Yeah, the spread's right now at 10 cents. I mean, it does, it goes, it's all over the place, 20 cents now. I get it. I do get it. But if the spread ever tightens up and it gets over seven, again, I mean, listen, not for everybody. Absolutely not for everybody. I'm shying off. I'm not going to even attempting it until if it gets over seven again. That's it. Well, that got ugly in a hurry. Like really ugly in a hurry. Oh. All right, but I'm still, you know what? I'm still got that alert set up here later on in the day. It might happen. So, but that's why you wait, guys. You wait, you wait, you wait. You don't try to anticipate something's going to happen. You just wait. And if it doesn't happen, it prevents you from getting into these sort of, trades. It's really just have patience. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, now this skills is looking better and better in my opinion. Okay, it's got a little bit of room to the what did I say? 230 level to the 230 level. Is G-Box shortable for me? The answer is no, not now anyway. Okay, Webster. So the question in our YouTube room, is how to set up a sound alert in an alert window. So now this is in the guide also, okay? Because good reference, I'm going to show you how to do it, but if you forget, it's going to show you where it is. Okay, so if you click on that alert, or sorry, my link, and if you go to the education section, click here, education section. No, it's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just showing you though. I'll show you how to create one, but it's always good to know there's a reference because if you forget, you create a price alert or a sound alert today, and then a week from now you think, man, I'd like to do another one, but I can't remember how. Well, go to the user guide and sound alerts. Okay, sound alerts. So I'm just pointing it out that it's a great reference. If you forget, what I say, you have a great reference in our user guide. But to create a sound alert, you just right click on the alert window, right click and properties, right click properties actions. And this little box will pop up. You check the play sound, set up the sound. Now you can use text to speech if you want, but depends how many alert windows. And I'm trying to get people not to have so many, but you don't want to have every single window that you're using text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. So if you want to have one text to speech and then otherwise use custom sound and then click on the select. And these are 3 folders and each folder has some sound alerts. And you can just, left click on one of them. And then you can open it and then you can play it. And if you like it, then you say okay twice. And then that sound gets attached to that alert window. Okay. But as I say, your reference is the guide. So again, start again, alert window, right click, properties, actions, and follow this. Well, G-Box is not, again, not a lot of shorts available. So covering shorts, I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, certainly at Interactive Brokers, there are none. And, typically, Interactive Brokers is a good barometer for how many shorts are available for a stock. It's not the be all and the end all, but if there are no shorts available, now we can't count Centerpoint. Centerpoint's a kind of a weird beast on its own. But for most brokers, probably not a lot of shorts available. So consequently, not a lot of short covering. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, if there's a lot of short covering, if a stock is shortable. Whew, all right, guys. Well, you know what? I'm kind of waiting on this skills. It's I thought it was going to start to move, and I'm just going to keep waiting on this one. Put that buy. Why not just take the buy button and put a buy up here at 208 in the simulator and see what happens. Oh, Webster, my pleasure. Yeah, hey, guys, don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay. ADES. Okay, so an interesting level it's at, right at the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume though. Yeah, you know what? Just not enough volume. I mean, the relative volume is high, but just not enough overall volume to make it, to me anyway, make it interesting. Well, I'd like to see skills get to like 208, 208, 209 on the bid ask, maybe in that level. Like really clear that two behind. All right, guys. See how well this sound canceling is working, noise canceling is working. I got a leaf blower right below me. I can hardly hear myself. Well, as far as I know, there's no stock market. You can't hear it at all. Amazing how this is working, this little, I mean, stop limit is just, where you're, guys, I can hardly hear myself talk, so I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to just stop for a bit. Yeah, I don't have, I mean, I have I could use a noise canceling, but typically I don't care. It's only on Tuesdays at about 10:25 my time that the leaf blower is outside. So for about 5 minutes and that's it. China, were you the one who asked the question about the repeating? I saw there was something and username wasn't you. Okay. Because it said their username was China. Okay. So I've answered to somebody. I thought it might have been you. Yeah, all it is a piece of software too. It's just a piece of software. I should plug them. It's, it's called anybody wants a shameless. I don't get anything from this, but it's called CRISPR. CRISP. It's called CRISP. You can look them up, and I bought it. Skeptical, but it's unbelievable. The only thing it doesn't seem to block is my dog barking. I'm sure I could figure out a way, but I don't care that much about that. But everything else, it gets completely blocked. Actually, it's with a K though. It's FUBO. Now I think you're kidding, right, Teddy, about when is the market going to pull back? I'm assuming you're just kidding because I certainly don't know. If you're not kidding, I don't know. Guys, keep an eye on the skills. Keep an eye on the skills. SKILZ. It's getting a little tastier now, I think. Guys, here, look at this IONQ, which really had a big pop right off the bat and kind of has been resting all day. It is an earnings play. IONQ. Look at the room it's got. I mean, look left. I mean, the next high is, in that area of about 9. So look at the room it's got. IONQ. And it's just been kind of resting, resting, resting. I'm not sure. I don't think it won a race, but I know I saw it. It just didn't win a race. Oh man, B cab guys, B cab, right on. And I hear, Fubu, I think is moving too. FUBO. Yeah, it's moving too. So Pepe's answering you. Okay. Harvey Hitman. It's so funny. Every single one that I put a price like a buy at a slightly higher, nothing is nothing has happened. I'm talking about using the buy button, and I've been putting prices a little bit high above the current price, and nothing is triggered. I thought you were kidding, Teddy. I thought you were. Okay, guys. So in about half an hour, there is this marketing meeting I attend Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I usually I put myself on mute. I'm still around to answer questions. I can only do it text wise, but I am still here. And we usually talk about the test drive and what is happening. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I was watching this Warby earlier, WRBY. Watch that little candle there. That was during my break, and I thought, oh well, I wonder what's going to happen. So, well, now we see. And this is WRBY. It was an earnings play here. Hood has had a great. Oh man, guys, BCAB. I mean, that all that had to happen was that 10 break had to hold. I mean, in this particular case, I mean, is this easy all the time? Of course not. But boy, oh boy, what a great move for B cab through that 200-day moving average, held at 10. I guess you have to have it a certain height, Ethan. I don't think there's any option. Question is, yeah, you have to have, I guess, a certain height. I mean, that's all. I don't think there's any way you can keep it like, and if you wanted it, oh, wait a minute. I mean, right here, it has to be, I guess the window has to be at least this size, the way I'm looking at it. So, I mean, it has to be at least this size on my screen anyway, to keep that status. Yeah, it blocks me from going any higher. So it never disappears for me. I'm not sure. I can't even make mine disappear. Boy, this skills, guys. I mean, again, the longer it holds this area, basing a nice base over two. Again, this is what I'm watching. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. And, it doesn't have a ton of room, 231, maybe. It's not, and the other thing is, it's not a low float, so it may not move that much. 240 million in the float, but it intrigues me because it's over that magic two. Then Jason, then you are a pullback player. So, I'm somebody who, this is not, I mean, this is resting right now, the skills, right? It's not like I won't buy something, if I see like 10, 15-minute candles in a row up, of course not, or 5 minute. No, but I don't mind seeing things near the high of the day and then popping through on a bit of, when it's based a little bit. But that's just me. Of course, that is absolutely just me. What would be my reason for not day trading big? I mean, I know big has showed up. I mean, why am I not in it? I didn't see it here. Okay, that's the only reason. I've been doing lots of different things. If you're asking me why I'm not in this one, it would have been awesome on that break right there, 25.48. No, 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 no. I'm just doing so many other things, Jordan. And it probably didn't show up. I don't think it showed up on my races. Probably didn't show up on the races. It may have, but it may not have won a race. Well, you can't. I mean, Leon, the question is, but on pullbacks, how do you confirm that it is a reversal? You can't. There's no hard and fast rule. If I were playing a pullback, I don't play pullbacks very, very often. I don't play them very well. But I would probably wait to see, a little bit of a base on the pullback to see if it kind of based a little bit. Pullbacks, pullbacks and trying to play bottom fishing and playing tops that are they're not easy, and for me they're not easy, so that's why I usually shy away from them. But maybe it pulls back to a certain moving average. I know Steve Gomez, he loves this 10 SMA, on the 15-minute chart. That's that blue line there. So if a stock pulled back to that line, you may want to consider something like that. And you guys have been talking about party. Yeah, party. Boy, I'm impressed, guys. We're still having some of these little earnings plays. Look at IO and Q. I'm going to check again FinViz because they said only 100 companies were releasing earnings this month or this week, and we're getting a ton of earnings plays still. Yeah, okay, 280. So maybe they added some, not they, but some companies added. But we're getting a lot of these as I call them, the second and third and fourth, well, third and fourth tier earnings plays. Most people have never heard of Ion Q. Okay. So when they release earnings, though, usually they have their day, is their day, to do something. Otherwise, they just do this for months. Okay. And all of a sudden they have earnings, and obviously the reaction is positive. And now, we may get a couple of days of continuation or interest, but after that, you got to wait probably another 3 months before something happens. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, pet's another one, that is popping in, not an earnings play, but just another low float. We're back kind of in that, I'll call it the semi-float mania. For about 3 weeks, my goodness, we had so many stocks that are low floats. A lot of them were China, and they were just doing amazing moves, amazing moves. And then, kind of dried up for a week. Maybe we're back into it a little bit now. Oh, Look at the SPY. I mean, look, a lot of this is being helped with the SPY. I get it. Most of these don't usually care what the SPY is doing. You know, they're trading mainly on their own. But I mean, we're just in a market now, guys. I mean, look at this SPY move, a little pullback and continuation. And I get it. The volume is probably not that great. Let's take a look at the daily chart for the SPY. I mean, the volume is not great, but at this point, who cares? Now, if we get a lot of selling pressure, I mean, that could be really, really bad, of course, because the volume of this move is just not that great. ILNQ, yes. Okay, well, all I need now is for skills. Maybe get the 209, I'm in. And then I mean, the ILNQ, guys, it's awesome because look how orderly this was. You know, a little base, little move, and now we're getting maybe a little parabolic, maybe a little, but it's a big float, 126 million, so it's not low. You know, I like this one, this VTYX, but the spread was just terrible. It's still terrible. 40 cents, 26.41, 26.80, 40-cent spread. I mean, but I mean, look at it, it's an all-time high, nothing stopping it. It's an earnings play, so markets reacted really well. But it's interesting because there was no reaction after hours. And that's when they released earnings, that mauve area on the 15-minute chart. That is after hours yesterday. There was no reaction whatsoever to its earnings release. But this morning and today, look at this. I mean, 43%. Interesting that there was no reaction after hours. All right, guys, put the test drive link in again. Anybody, there's still time to sign up. You can actually sign up all the way till Friday. Of course, you will not get the full 10 days, but if you think $11.11 is worth it to get at least 5 days, of course, if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 8 days. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So it started yesterday. So again, if you sign up today, it will cost you $11.11. I don't want to mislead anybody. You will not get 10 days. You'll get the balance of today plus 8 days. Wednesday to obviously tomorrow to the following Friday. Then the test drive is over. We only do this 4 times a year, so good opportunity to try us out. When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? And we don't put you into a subscription. Always forget, it's also open to our standard subscribers. I mean, if you wanted to have access to our premium service for the balance of today and then the following 8 days, you can do so also. I mean, you can't get the SPY to stay like I got it. All you have to do is right click and properties and make sure the symbol linking is unchecked. Well, again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, you can have it, you just want it free floating. I think what you're doing then is you're accidentally moving, you're grabbing the header and moving it into a dock channel. Is that? Not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, if you want it free floating, I can duplicate into a free floating window. So now it's free floating. It's still here, but now it's free floating. So what is the issue exactly? Okay, and you don't want it free floating. You still stump me. I mean, all you have to do is if you left click and then you just start typing, I mean, that's how you get the SPY chart. So maybe that's it. I mean, yeah, you have a default. If you add a chart right now, chart window, yeah, every time I put on a new chart window, it defaults to the SPY. That's because, that I created a default with certain indicators and all, and happened to be the SPY when I did it. But it's easy enough to change it. I can change it just to anything I want. Once the chart is open, you just left click on the chart, and then when you start typing, the box should pop up. Change symbol box should pop up, and now it's the SPY chart. Or am I not understanding? Again, left click the chart so the system knows that's the chart you're in. And then if you just start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. So I mean, if it's Macy's now, but I want the SPY, left click and just start typing SPY. Now, if the box doesn't pop up, when you left click and you start to type and a box is not popping up, then hit the space bar on your computer and that should bring up the change symbol. It's the only thing I can think of. Okay. When you click new and then chart window, what you're saying is maybe another, not the SPY, but some other chart, some other stock is, okay, some other stock, not the SPY. I get it. So when you left click the chart, and the only reason you're doing that, just to ensure the trade ideas knows the chart you're in. Now, are you on the app? You're not talking web-based version, are you? Okay. Yeah, the beta, that's fine. I mean, it's been around forever. So if you left click the chart, you're saying that when you start to type, the change symbol box does not show up. You can't type. No, 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 no. You're right clicking. You're right clicking. Left click. Left click the chart. Don't right click. I mean, I don't have it. I'm not on tape or nobody recorded me, but I'm pretty sure I said left click the chart. Left click the chart. And now start to type. Okay. Yeah, right clicking brings up that context menu. Yeah, that's not what you want. All right, guys, I'm in the skills. Let's see if it moves at all. Ooh, you guys must be salivating. Zach and William, the potential short for VTYX. VTYX as in xylophone. No problem. Well, guys, AMC on the move here, guys. AMC on the move now. Bed Bath & Beyond taking a bit of a rest. AMC on the move a little bit here. And Blue Apron can, yeah, I mean, look at this. What a move. Look at this move. I mean, $3, 3.50 in 2 days, basically less than 2 days. Well, sorry, less than 3 days. I got rumors that they're being bought. Oh, this is another short squeeze. Reddit. So, we got to pay attention to these now again. The Reddit group, when they want to attack and they're looking for a short full percent high. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not, I'm in at '08, so I mean, I'm not, there's some, I don't anticipate a huge move because of that float. Weed pop, let's take a look at MJ. Is weed popping overall, or is it just, well, I don't see MJ moving, but let's take a look at Tilray. Yeah, okay, Tilray's a little bit of a move. Tough sector though, guys, tough sector. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. Look at that 200-day. That green line on that daily chart is the 200-day moving average. You're right. It's just about right into it. The 200-day moving average is 431.71. So it's a little bit above it, just a little bit above it. UPST. Now, Michael, if you were in the YouTube room, I think he's long this one. UPST, another short float. You see, high short float percent. Okay, so SD. So you don't have a list. You don't have like a top 10 list. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. You don't have a top list, a top 10 list that is generated like this. Is that the question? Or are you getting, so I'm not sure, like Party, for instance, Party has won, for me, in mine has won 2 races. Yours, three, it depends when you started it and if that's what you're talking about. So I'm not sure what your question is exactly. Do you not have a top 10 list that is generated? Or you're wondering, well, why do I have two and you've got three? I mean, I can't answer that exactly. It all depends, when you started it and the other things that are in play. But I had a time where I wasn't running the race. I accidentally put it in replay mode for I don't know how long. So it's possible that Party would have won a race. So I'm not sure I know what your question is exactly. Neo entry. Let's see if there's anything with Neo. So for me, I mean, you can kind of see that, the highs right, if you can see the 15-minute chart that I've got, the highs, a couple of highs around 12:30. I mean, I guess in theory, if it took that out, it's got some room. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying what I would be looking at. It would have to take out that 12:30 area. It's also not trading, it's not trading anything special. You see that 0.72, so it's not trading even normally, shall we say, based on over the last few days. But if you said, well, somebody's telling me I got to take this trade or else, well, the or else would be around the 12:31 mark, okay, just to take that little high out. All right, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I will be in this meeting, and I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If I can, I'll answer text-wise, but I'll have to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And I'm out of the skills. Did okay, made about 8 cents on it. Nothing big. I was hoping it would get into the mid 20s, but no go. So I'm out of that. Out of everything right now. I'm completely in cash right now. And John, you just showed up. Did you have a question? Any other races to share? Okay, so I've got a couple that I mean, I've got the large. I mean, it's in essence the same as the big gainers from the Open. This is just large cap gainers from the Open. I don't know if you're interested in that. It's just mainly taking the top list that is used for this race and upping the minimum float to 50 million and also the market cap to at least 500 million. Okay, so I don't know if you'd be interested in that. Market maker, always sunny Frank, quite the name. And the other one is, and this actually comes from the one of the channels, the weekly relative strength, I think. And I can also give people that if they want. It's very much like this, except I think the stock has to be. Well, let's take a look at the top list. Let's take a look at the top list and what it's based on. One thing that'll be different is that you will see stocks that are not necessarily positive for the day, so which is okay. Okay, so this is basically it. So yeah, the price is at least 30% above the low of this range. So it's in the weekly relative strength. So it's got to be at least, I mean, that's not super weak, super high, but 30% above the low of the 10-day range as an example. Okay. So yeah, John, first of all, welcome. Do you have any questions? And you're right. I mean, the Weber, the other one, yeah, Weber, all these, all these low floats, or sorry, high float percents. Low float probably also, but also these high short float percents are just getting absolutely attacked by the Reddits. Oh no, I just wanted to know if you had a question, John. You just said hello, and I was gone, so I thought, okay, I'm back, and then I say hello again, and then I'll just wanted to know if you had a question. And if I can answer it, I will. If I can't, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who can. Okay, no, you need a broker, John. You do need a broker. Yes, but that's attached to a broker. Okay. Well, first of all, when you're seeing me doing this buy and sell, this is in the simulator. Okay, but I could do the same thing. I could do the same thing if I had an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, and you can actually attach it to your, or you can trade from within Trade Ideas, but you need an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. We're not our own broker. Okay. So when you're seeing me though, you know, doing a buy, I'm actually in the simulator. But again, if I had an IB or E-Trade account, I could click that live button, I would attach to it, and then I could do the same thing. But it doesn't mean if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, of course. It just means you won't have, you know, access to that feature. That's all it means. But I like to demonstrate its use mainly as a simulator because it's so important for people to practice trading before they actually commit money to the market. And this is all now set up. Before you used to have to select a strategy to and assign it to the buy button. Now, you know, we're trying to make it a little easier. So when you click the buy button, it's going to buy $5,000 worth of stock. Again, this is in the simulator, $5,000 worth of stock at whatever price you want, and then and put a stop at the low of the day. It's just to try to just to try to automate it a little bit more, make it easier. Please discuss Fubo. Well, let's see, Fubo, of course, it's had the big run. Well, I mean, I think a big area for to try to hold would be that 640 area right there on the 15-minute chart. There's that, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas is a huge component or a proponent of this 10 SMA. So let's just take a look at it. Let's take a harder look at Fubo right now on the 15-minute chart. You will see that blue line, that is a 10 SMA, okay? Now, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's a huge fan of this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Holding, I mean, if it holds and it might bounce off it, and then I mean, that's a pretty big pullback though. It's a massive pullback from 815 down to, that's $1.50. So, but I mean, at this point, it remains to be seen if that's going to hold it. To me, if it got down below 646, that'd be tough again because I mean those are the lows of those two 15-minute candles. It could continue down if it takes out that little area of support. Okay, so you can see it's no. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's see what happens on that 15-minute chart. Let's see if it can close above. I mean, the tail is below, but let's see if it can close above that 10 SMA and maybe have that hold, and then maybe it runs a bit. I mean, I'd be surprised if it ever got back up to this area. And remember why it's happening. It's because of this short float percent. Right now, we're in this, at least today, and it started with the Bed Bath and Beyond. These stocks that have high short float percents are being attacked by many groups in Reddit, probably. I mean, so I mean, because there's no news. There's no news for Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, there's no fantastic news that said, oh man, I mean, all of a sudden they're making money and people are flocking in to buy product. No, no, that's not what's happening. Relative strength versus relative strength index. Not really, no, SS. I mean, I just think I don't really know. Look at the SPY guys. Woo, there's a bit of SPY action now, wiping out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite 2 hours. That little candle here is, if this holds, is wiping out all that 2 hours of gains. I mean, the definition of relative strength, I mean, you can call it right here. Relative to Tesla and Apple, these are stronger, okay, relative strength in terms of stocks that are moving, okay? Really, these have got nothing to do with the RSI index, okay? But this is sort of, we'll call it relative strength, if that's what you mean. Because you may be looking at this, I don't know, maybe this is what you're talking about. They renamed this relative strength leaders. Is that what you're talking about? SS? So, I mean, again, if you take a top list window and you start everybody from scratch, start the race, so everybody's equal. Doesn't matter if this one is up 55% from the open and this one is up 11% from the open. When the race starts, if SST starts to really move, maybe go from 11 to 15 to 20, and this one is stuck, well, this one has relative strength compared to the one at the top, if that makes sense. And that's the whole basis of the racing. What is moving now? BTD, does Trade Ideas help with that? BTD, BTD. That must be an acronym for something. I don't know. I'm not sure what BTD is. Oh, buying the dip. Oh, okay. We used to, yeah, we used to add another bad word in there. Okay. I got so used to calling it that. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can look at stocks that are, depends what you mean by a dip. You mean, are you talking about stocks that are pulling back? Or are you just talking about stocks that are, I mean, you could create a position in range, say stocks that are still fairly strong, but say at the low of the 10-day range, as an example, things like that. I don't do that, but I mean, wow, this is a big red, this is a big candle, guys. Big candle here. I mean, this is a scan that's more intraday, though. I don't know if you're talking daily, like more intraday. I mean, these are bounce plays. I mean, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. Not easy. They're not easy because I mean, these are stocks that have been beaten up and maybe, maybe a bounce mode. But or if you're looking for stronger stocks that are dipping, and maybe looking for something more like a swing. So I didn't post it, but I can give it to you. Okay. I can give it to you. I think I saved it. Oh, I guess I didn't save it. Okay, I'll save and share it right now. Okay, here it is, Stan. Well, I'm glad I got out of everything, guys. I mean, the market is, yeah, taking a bit of a header here. You know what isn't? I'm not in it anymore, but the IONQ is just sort of, and look what it's doing at that 10 SMA. Again, big chart. Let's take a look at a big chart. And this is definitely trading on its own. I'm not in this anymore, but look at that 10 SMA. Hasn't broken it. It bounced off it a couple of times in this area, and it has not broken it. So it is really trading on its own. I mean, as we speak, I mean, I guess you could call, there was an attempt to sell off. Take a look up, get this chart just a little bit bigger. So you can see there's a bottoming tail there that corresponds to that bottoming or that candle there on the SPY. And so it looked like, oh, okay, maybe it's going to follow the SPY. The buyer said, nope, not yet anyway. Not yet anyway. But this is now sort of relentless selling. But I'm not in BCAB anymore, but I mean, BCAB is still strong. It's not caring what the market is doing. So any stock that is showing up here, floating to the top of the leaderboard, is certainly showing relative strength compared to the SPY. The SPY is moving down, and these stocks are moving up. So Yeah, the large cap, sure. Oh, large cap bearish race. I don't have a large cap bearish race, but you can. Do you know how to do you know how to flip? I didn't create a large cap bearish race. The only one I've got a large cap gainers from the open, but I don't have a large cap bearish race. But do you know how to flip strategies and all, or do you know how to flip a top list? Hmm. Okay, let's see if I can create one. Okay, good exercise for me to do this. Okay, so I'm going to take this, and instead of having to recreate a scan, so these are the large cap gainers from the open. Now I want to get large cap losers from the open. So instead of having to just, recreate all of these filters, it wouldn't be the end of the world having to do it, but we got a neat little feature. I'll duplicate the window. Okay, now it's duplicated. And now I can right click configure and flip. And the only thing that flips really is the price now has to be down at least 2% from the close as opposed to up. Okay, that's really all that got flipped. And now I can create a race on this. And now I can so if I give you this, do you know how to create the race from it? I mean, it'd be a good exercise for you to do it. Okay, so let's launch the race. So this is, well, let's see, this might have already started. So let's just see what happens here. Well, look at BCAB. Wow, guys, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond just got absolutely destroyed now. I mean, absolutely destroyed. Down $10 just like that. I just want to see how this what this is looking like right now. Now, one of the things why this is getting slow, guys, I mean, I'm at probably the limit. I've got 3 races going. I'm really only look at this one. I've got a couple others just, yeah, to glance at to see if there's a correlation. But the more races you have, the slower things are going to, your system will slow down. I can tell right off the bat that this is starting to slow. Let me give you this, okay? And then because I don't, it's just slowing down. It's just slowing down my system a little bit. You might want to change the name. You can change the name. Well, I should have changed the name in the top list that it started from. I should have changed the name up here. Large cap losers from the open. Okay, but it's a good exercise to go through. Okay, because ultimately, just because I've got this top list or my races are running on my top list, doesn't mean that's the be all and the end all. You guys should, you should experiment a bit, create, launch some races based on your criteria and see what happens. I just wouldn't have too many races open. I think 3 is probably for me, because remember, I'm doing a lot of other things, so I've got other things going on. So 3 probably for me is going to be the limit, and that's fine. I really don't need more than 1. Boy, what a drop for Bed Bath and Beyond though. Now it bounced, nice $2, $3 bounce, but wow. Take a look at the other ones. Well, Fubo, you saw Fubo. How about Weber? Weber was another one that was. Yeah, I mean, they're all the high short bow percents that the Reddit crew got a hold of in different, I don't know how many different rooms they were amassing. But these did not withstand that drop in the SPY. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that. The SPY was right at that 200-day moving average. It was just a little bit above it. What did it get to? The 200-day moving average, 430, sorry, 431.71, and it got up to 431.73. I think it was a little higher actually. I think the moving average was a little lower, but regardless, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Look, that green line, look at the big daily chart for the SPY. Look at that green line. Look at the top of that candle and right into it. That's why the 200-day moving average is such an important indicator. I'm not an indicator guy, but no, I don't have it. I don't have it drawn here. But anyway, the thing is, though, that is probably the most universally used indicator, the 200-day moving average, even for people like myself who don't have a lot of indicators. You know, I'll certainly be aware of where that is. Now you can see though, look at Bed Bath and Beyond. You can see that it's starting to run again a little bit, just a little bit. You know, I don't have a 5 minute chart up and running right now, but if I had a 5 minute chart, it would probably show a little bit of a pop. It would show this recovery. But I'd be waiting. I mean, I'd wait to see, this has another 6 minutes to close this candle, 6.5 minutes or 5.5 minutes to close. I'd be waiting to see if that bottoming tail means anything, or is the selling going to catch up to that tail and close at the lows before I would take anything long. Let's see. No, it probably should be in descending order, right? Descending order. Oh, and also the sort. Ha! I wonder why that happened because I thought I had a default. Okay, so forget the one I gave you. Let's see if this is, sorry about that. I thought I had a default setup and that it would go to delta for the change. So just give me, let's see how this runs. Ascending, okay. I wonder why they'd both be. Okay, let's see now. I'm just waiting to see what sort of results we get from this. You're sure ascending because I'm getting all these. So these are stocks that are now. Okay, let's run it again. Yeah, I did. I changed that. Yeah, the biggest loser wins. Yes. Well, look at this one going, guys. Look at the MXC. Never mind all that. Look at the MXCT going. I don't know if you guys were talking about it right now. Yeah, Zach, you just mentioned that. MXST or CT. This is not following the market at all. Lots of volume came in. And this was showing up in the weekly relative strength. I'm wondering why. Oh, there it is. There it is right there. There it is. And I'm sure it's not a low float. 86 million in the float. See if there's any news on this one that's just hitting. Don't see any news on it. Man, when you wait for a 4 minute race to get over, it seems like it's an eternity. Just not big movers. I mean, I'm looking here, minus 13.13%, 11. So, I mean, it is sorting it, I guess, correctly. Minus 0.2%. So forget the one I gave you before. I guess this is the one. Okay, this should be the one. I'm just not interested in it right now. This one was sort of interesting. This SST. Is this a SPAC? No. Okay. Okay. There's the first bark of the dog. So I was watching this SST earlier because you can see that if I could ever take out this area here, this 1018, this 1018, I mean, it could get rocking. I mean, up to 11, but I don't know anything about this. It's not a 9% short float, low float, 14 million in the float. But I was kind of watching this one while I was in the meeting and looking how it's pacing, and I thought, wow, if it ever gets some volume popping it through, it just has not happened. Yeah, he's just on vacation now, Jason. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, the market's still drifting down. I mean, that was a nice bottoming tail. Looked like maybe the buyers could get control for a bit, but not yet. That's another red candle forming on the 15-minute chart. So sellers are still in control. You know, remember this one from yesterday is Viridian. Look at this one, VRDN. I mean, it took out the high. So this, I mean, watch this one tomorrow. I mean, it could still have a move. It's an all-time high, basically an all-time high right now. Had that big move yesterday on some news. All right, guys. Questions. I mean, I'll be here for another half an hour or so, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So if you have any questions, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do any more trading now unless something remarkable happens. All right, guys, I don't see any questions. So what I normally do between 3 and 3:30, I put myself on mute. I will hop back on the mic if there's a question, though. Okay, so again, I'll hop back on the mic if I get a question that I need to hop back on the mic for. Main room will be open until 3:30. YouTube will be open until 4:30. Before I shut down the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over, listen to Chris for an hour, you can do so. You can ask now. Aman, Rana, ask now. I mean, I'm here. I don't have to get myself on mute. I'm here for another half hour, so I'm not busy in terms of trading. So, and if I can't answer them, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who possibly could. Well, it sounds like you took Bed Bath and Beyond, but you didn't have a stop. Is that correct? When you say you're stuck with it, typically what that means is, and I haven't talked. Tomorrow I definitely will. I should have done it today. The whole aspect of trading is that when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and how much are you willing to risk on the trade. In other words, if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risk. I'm not talking to you specifically, but just in general, if you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So whether you're swing trading or day trading or whatever it is, you have to have like an amount that you're willing to risk if it doesn't work. and I can't tell you what that's going to be. It'll be dependent on the size of your account. So when I hear somebody is stuck, that usually, and I'm not trying to pile on you at all, but usually that means didn't have a stop, didn't get out, didn't have a stop with a manageable loss. So at this point, there's nothing really I can say or anybody can say. I mean, you're hoping it will come back, but nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean, what's going to happen now? Understanding why it went up. Okay, there's no news on it. It would just happen to be a high short vote percent. The Reddit a group got a hold of it. Wall Street Bets. Somebody got a hold of it and decided just to buy the heck out of it. Okay. But when the buying stops, this is what can happen. And, it is actually almost what happened with the market. But, I mean, again, we're not absolutely not trying to pile on to anybody, but you always have to have a stop. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. And, it's hard though. I mean, sometimes you just get stubborn, you can't believe it's not working. It's going to turn around. And that's a very difficult thing to do, to obey your stop when you think something has to work. Everybody's talking about it. Could it be the next GME, all this stuff? Well, it could be. So nothing really. I mean, if your question was, where should I get out? Or, that's, first of all, you see, I would never say to you, okay, you should get out now because in 2 seconds it could pop $10. Okay. So first of all, I'm not going to ever do that. But so it's really, it's hard to answer a question like that. Well, Real said he was going to take the summer off. So, and I know he's popped into the room a couple of times, but he said he was basically taking the summer off, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hey guys, Greenbox, yeah, GBOX, it's still alive and kicking. And some volume came in. Okay, guys, back on mute. So, John, this is what happens. I mean, in the simulator, of course, this is all simulated trading. Okay, so that's not. What happens is something like this. Just give me a moment. What I do is I'll say something like this. Okay, guys. No, I'm just using this as an example. Um, I'm interested in this trade at this price level. Okay. And I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not going to tell anybody to do the same thing I'm doing, but I will say MXCT I'll just use this as an example. If MXCT got up to $6.30, I'm very interested in taking that trade. And 9 times out of 10, that's what I'll do. Okay. And if I, I mean, you'll know if I'm in the trade. And if I lose, I'll tell you. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be buying MXC. Again, I'm just using this as an example. MXCT at $6.30. I will just point out an area and I'll explain why. I'll explain why I think that's a good area. I mean, skills earlier, I mean, not that it worked out unbelievably well, but kept talking about it just in this 208 area as it was over two. And, I think unfortunately it got kind of tied up with what the market was doing. And so I said, guys, I'm really at 208, 209 bid ask. That's my sweet spot. That's where I'm really interested. So I ended up taking the trade at 208, got up to 218. I mean, it wasn't anything great, but why I took it is because, it had a shot to get to that 230 mark, on the daily chart. So I thought, okay, from 208 to 230, that's a good little percentage move. That's the sort of thing that you'll hear me, say. So it's not everybody should take this trade at 208 like I do. No, Jason, the powers that be seem to think, and I'm not in disagreement with them. By putting Tesla and Apple here, is to show relative strength. Okay, so if you're a person who wants to trade Apple and Tesla and you can make money, great. But if you're looking for fast-moving stocks, obviously Tesla and Apple are not them, because you're never seeing Apple and Tesla float to the top of the leaderboard or even make its way up at all. So these are just, these are stocks that relative to, the Teslas and the Apples and the Googles and the Amazons of the world, if you're looking for actively moving stocks, then this is a great race. That's why they put them there. I mean, and that's why when you load a race, it's sort of a default. I don't know if we have to do that, but I don't run the company, so I'll leave it here. All right, guys, I will put myself back on mute. Okay, so Jason, are you talking about this number here? Like the G box says 18? Oh, you're talking about this number here, the 2 point, that since the race started, that is the, yeah, that is the change from the open since the race started. Yes. Question is, what does that percent refer to? Yeah, it's funny, JJ and Jorn. I mean, it's true. People think you're being negative when you start off with the supposition that, okay, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? Risk, lose, whatever you want to call it. Well, why would you be thinking like that? That's so negative. Well, trading is not easy, and in order to not blow up your account, you better have some good risk management, and that's one of it. Okay, you know, big aspect of trading is limiting your risk, managing your risk, how I say, managing your risk so that if you lose in a trade, I mean, losing trades are part of trading. You're never going to win every trade, but you better have some good risk management because you don't want to blow up your account, risking, so much on a trade that all of a sudden, you lose half your position, you lose half your account just because you don't know anything about risk management, and just because you've heard something, you can't believe it's not going to work, it's not working, and you can't believe it's going to come back. Hey, well, listen, we've all done it. We've all said it. It's got to come back. I don't understand the question, Jason. you know every trade is different, so where would I get out? I'm a big whole number guy, so a lot of times I'll take stock over the whole number and I'll put my stop at the whole number. It's a psychological stop more than anything, things like that, but I mean every stop is going to be different. The stop is never, like, for me, it's never, well, my stop is always 10 cents away or 20 cents away or a certain percentage. It's always, for me, it's always based on something, either support that I see on a chart, maybe a whole number in terms of psychology. Boy, look at Bed Bath and Beyond, though, guys. This is really, oh, I hate to say, I mean, I know you're in this trade and it's hard, I know, to watch. Hard to watch. I understand, a man. Oh, you shorted at 20. Oh, you shorted at 21.50. Well, that changes things. Oh, thank you, Raj. Oh, I thought you were long. Oh, well, that changes things completely. I thought you were, stuck in a long. Well, assuming you shorted it, relatively recently. You didn't short it, here at 21.50 and have it run to 27 on you. And now, yes, you're making money, I'm assuming. Okay. So one of the things we don't do in this room is, indicate how much money we make on a trade. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right, guys, getting close to the end for me. Chris will take over. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over and listen to Chris. He's got a different take on things, of course, than I do. So there is the YouTube link. Chris will probably be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes. Boy, this is just getting trash now. And there are some shorts available. So there's some short covering. At Interactive Brokers, yesterday there were no shorts available. Right now there were 47,000. When I looked last, there were none, but I guess what's happening is that there is some short covering. Well, the memers are all kind of taking a header right now. GameStop, bet you EMC is doing the same thing. Yeah. Interesting that they're kind of following the SPY. Oh yeah, in and out. Oh, absolutely. Where you get in, where you get out, that's fine. But of course, it doesn't help if you say, well, I got in at a 1 and I'm out at 3 and, 5, 10 minutes, an hour ago. Well, guys, this INOQ is really strong still. It should be interesting. Maybe tomorrow. Look at left and see what sort of room this has got. Yeah, this has got, I mean, there's a 200-day. That's far enough away. Earnings play. Might have a second day. Continuation. Look at the volume that came in. 9.7 times normal. Tomorrow I'll go over money management in a more detailed way, especially if you guys are new to trading. All right, look at this. We've got a green candle now. Let's see if let's see if we get some SPY nonsense at the end. Yeah, look at this SPY action, guys. Pretty interesting here. Now with all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart, again, sellers knocked it down, buyers close it higher, sellers knocked it down again, buyers close it higher, sellers tried again, and now maybe, just maybe, the sellers have ceded control for a while to the buyers. Always this constant battle between buyers and sellers all day long. Doesn't matter what stock you're looking at. Man, this yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Fubo if it follows BBBY and the rest of them, this could have another fall. Might be some support around 590 or so, looking at that 15-minute chart. But again, this went up. No reason other than, oh, okay, in theory, there was a bit of a reason. I see what you guys were talking about following the 2:30 start. So, okay, in theory, it had a little bit of news on its own. Okay, company investor day at 2:30. Okay, in theory. Whereas the other ones, it was just a matter of high float percent. Hmm. It looks like Chris is going to be a little bit delayed. So my issue is I've got an appointment coming up. So Chris is going to be delayed coming into the YouTube room. So, well, it's not a matter of putting some, well, I guess I could add it as a symbol, but I'm not, first of all, let's take a look at ear. Is it, I mean, it could start to show up. It hasn't, I mean, it's got a lot of volume coming in, but the percentage move wasn't that great. So, but if it starts to really move, it should start showing up here. I could add it, if you want to add your own symbol, you can do it. Okay, you have that add edit. Okay, so you could load from, so I could add, oops, click on that add button and add ear, but you can do it. Okay. And it's possible. I mean, if ear continues to move a bit, we might see it here. Yeah, I mean, ear has been a strange one. I mean, there's an argument to be made if it can take out that high there of 165. It's not that far away. When you start looking left on the daily chart, that kind of wipes out all of this, all of this, and then it may, have a shot into this area. So, guys, something might, if I may be, I have an appointment that somebody's coming over, and normally I'm done at 3:30 and Chris takes over. He's tied up right now. If this person comes over, I'm going to have to leave. So just to let you know, okay, and especially in the YouTube room that's normally open to 4:30. I'm sure you will survive, but you'd be amazed how many people, especially in the YouTube room, they come in at 3:30, and when there's nobody there, they get a little ticked off. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second here. All right, I'm back. Look at Weber coming back, guys, after those three 15-minute candles down. So Weber's having a bit of a, let's see what Fubu is doing. So Peter, I know you're waiting for Chris. He's tied up for a bit, so I'm going to have to, I'll stay here until my appointment comes, and in which case I'd have to take off. But you can ask me a question, Peter. That's in our YouTube room. So there's your ear, okay? Who asked that question before? Jason. So there's your ear showing up now, okay? So I didn't have to add it. Don't think I added it. No, I didn't add it. No. There you are, my friend.
I'm sorry, I was
That's okay.
stuck in a 40-minute remote.
Oh my gosh. Well, you're only 4 minutes. That's okay. I thought maybe you're going to be half an hour. That's okay.
Nope. All right, I have already swapped the screen, and you're ready for your cable guy.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Chris.
All right,
Talk
Barry,
to you
I'll catch you tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Happy Turnaround Tuesday, although it wasn't necessarily Turnaround Tuesday. Or was it? Well, we weren't down yesterday, so it can't really be a Turnaround Tuesday, right? So, with all that said, if you have questions, fire those away for me. We do this open forum style every day at 3:30 here on the East Coast time. Let's see, what's that? 12:30 if you're a West Coaster, 2:30 Mountain, 1 Central. I have no idea about the states that don't change their clocks, but they're much smarter than the rest of us that do change our clocks constantly. So with all that said, now there was something here. Let's see. All right, Peter, I didn't. I see your email from yesterday. I wasn't ignoring it. I just thought it would be better to try to show and demonstrate here a little bit. Now, obviously, I can't use those exact examples that you gave me in the email yesterday because the clock turned and prices have changed on stocks. But using the smart stop to your advantage. It's just if you want to use it. There's nothing, nothing quote unquote special about it. It's only bring a smart stop in. All it's doing is telling you if you enter the trade at the price right now, what you're losing, what you'd be losing on the downside based on what you're risking from the AI risk set in the options. And the actual stop itself, this actual line itself, it just has to do with average true range and volatility. It's nothing overly complicated. There's no special secret formula or anything like that. So that's, this is just calculated average true range and some volatility, 15-minute candle volatilities, all right? The numbers that you see here, so the $200 loss stems from this here. If we're looking at the menu bar, let me widen this up a little bit so we can see it well. All right, on our menu bar, if we're looking at it, if we went to tools, options, and we go to AI trade size, notice how I have it risk based on stop loss and I have it set to $200. So you see it's 200 right there. And that's what it's doing. And then the smart, quote unquote, smart profit is just 2 times your smart loss. That's all it is. And so you'll notice if I click through any of these stocks, once I get rid of this, you're going to see it pop up 200 and 400 on every single one of those. And again, it's just going to have to do with average true range and volatility. Now, look, I mean, some of these, it's going to line up and it's going to look nice. I don't know what I just clicked on. It was coming down and you were finding it as support, the smart stop, banging on it, right? Other ones, they don't look as great. So for example, here, this doesn't, It came down, had gone through it. Now the smart stop is going to be based on what's going on right now. The smart stop an hour ago could have been here for all I know, or could have been there. So it's based on what's happening right now as well. So let me know if that makes sense, Peter, or for anybody else that has this question, because I'm sure you're not the only one. But I would say this, for you, Peter, or for anybody else, if you don't have something that you've settled upon how you want to use for a stop, try the smart stop out, right? Especially maybe use it in a little paper trading for a little bit, right, in the simulator, and see how that works out for you, how much you like it or don't like it, how it shakes out, and you'll be able to make a decision and go from there, I think. So, but again, just to recover this, the smart stop itself, that's going to be that line right there. And that's just a average true range and a volatility using 15-minute candles on the volatility. And again, the number that's derived from it, that 200 that I have right there, if you go to tools, options, AI trade size, that's where it's coming from. So that's essentially how it's going to work. So, I'm saying I want to risk $200 per trade is what I'm saying, based on the stop loss. So the stop loss is the smart stop. $200 is my downside risk. 400 is my upside reward, according to how that algorithm works inside there. And again, the upside is simply just 2 times the downside. And let's see, I think I could actively change this right now. So let's say if I put 400, save. Now let's click on something here. And there you go. You see it updated to 400 now, right? So now you're seeing it's 400 here. I'm just going to throw it back on 200. And you see 800 up here. But again, if I'm going too quick for anybody, or I didn't make enough sense, or there's some more details you're looking for on that, let me know. I give you the best that I can, of course. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. I want to make sure we get those questions answered always. It doesn't calculate the lot size. It's just calculating. It's just calculating what the risk is at that level, essentially. Now, that same function that I just showed there for you, Ethan. So tools, options, AI trade size, that applies to the Holly Trades window. So this window here. So for example, if I went to new AI strategy trades window, if I went there to that window, that's going to give me one of these looking windows right here. I'm going to put a big pink X on it, right? That does calculate what the share lot would be based on Holly's stop loss on those specific stocks. So like here, it had taken 1,400 shares that I followed along with here, and 500 and 148 and 267 and so on and so forth. So it does calculate there. Here it doesn't calculate. It's just telling you, this is what we're deeming the smart stop based on when you clicked on that stock, that alert, and just showing the risk level that's attached to what you decided for the AI trade size. Let me know if that makes sense or doesn't. All right.
ACHV.
Whoops. So I was watching this from yesterday. It had a big move yesterday and had a lot of volume with it, but there's nothing on it today. So I was kind of looking to see if there's going to be a pullback play on it, but then the market started playing a little funny, and I decided I didn't want to trade that. Also, I was really busy with some other stuff, so I was like, that's definitely not something I want to trade. Also, there's no volume in it today, but we started off, we gapped down, and we faded. We moved up and we faded. We moved up. The rug pull a little bit there and that. So Steve mentioned something about we touched the 200 SMA in the SPY. I don't really look at stuff like that. As I said yesterday, I think we'd see a little pullback in the SPY before we continue higher. If really bad news comes out, then maybe we really pull back. You know, right up until we broke out here, I was still of the mindset we could see and retest this. You know, all through all this big move up through there, I really thought we could retest this. If we hold above this level here, if we retest and hold above, I think, you know, we start to see 435, 440, 450 on the SPY. It's an if-then situation. Will it happen? There's no possible way for me to know. I'm not betting on the SPY. I'm not taking positions in the SPY. I just, you know, kind of use something like this, or part of my thought process that, you know, if the market's holding, then I might start to enter swing trades again. I have not been entering swing trades since probably sometime in March. Basically, I just kind of let swing trading go by the wayside, and really focused on the day trading with these races. So sorry, I just saw those others come in. So any currency we put there does not. Right. Yeah. It's not. It's just gonna update to whatever it is here, based on when you're going in. So whatever you put there, that's whatever you put for risked, or, you know, you could also do it. You could say, I just want to take 100 shares per trader. I want to take $100 worth of stock, or take 1,000 shares per trade, or 10,000 shares per trade. Or you could say, I want $100,000 worth of stock per trade, or something like that, and it'll still calculate what your loss would be in that regard. So, for example, let's just do it like this. If I can press the right buttons, that'd probably be great. Let's go 500. Apply. And so now it's going to do it. All right, how does it calculate when it's like that? I shouldn't do it on the SPY. That's got a massive. No way to change the risk reward ratio on that. Sorry, no. Back in my default 200. Oh, I got it. That's how many shares it would have taken, so it fell to there, because $1,000 worth of SPY is not exactly a lot of SPY. So that's what that was. Sorry, it took me a second for my brain to click that over. Big Peter is talking about big. Is big lots? I feel like it might be big lots, right? Seems reasonable. Yeah, big lots. I don't know what happened there. Do they have earnings or anything? No, they don't have earnings for a couple of weeks still. I'll get rid of the smart stop. I don't like extra stuff on the charts. You know, I wonder if Big Lots was a benefiter of what happened with Home Depot and Walmart this morning, because they reported, and didn't they report like really good stuff? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I don't read any of that stuff. I just, you know, passing through on Twitter at like 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was, I saw something about Home Depot crushed earnings and Walmart came in better than expected or something like that. So I would suspect they were benefits of the overall market. Also, look at this chart and look at a SPY chart on a 15-minute chart. They almost mirror each other, right? So really just following the market, Big Lots, regardless that it's doing hefty volume compared to what it normally does. But look, The big difference is this gapped up and this gap down. Then it's almost the same candle patterns here. And we go off to the races and we go off to the races. Now this had a pullback. This did not have that pullback, but then we have the same rug pull here and the same look here, more or less, very similar. So this is, you know, for whatever reason, this caught some traction or caught some attention in here when we were pulling back in there in the SPY. So I think really more than less, I think there's a retail play to be had there because of Home Depot and Walmart getting some sympathy that kept it moving up higher when the SPY first had that little pullback midday. And then when the market rolled over, I call it rolled over, whatever, you know, when the market sold off a little bit, that sold off with a 2. That would be my assumption there. And then can you walk through the car race, how to set up the biggest losers trading? Yeah, absolutely, Larry. We could walk with that. So for those that want to follow along, I'm going to create this, and then of course, sorry, I just want to move something around here. All right, I'm going to create this on screen so you can follow along, but I'll share this at the end, and anybody can go back in and then redo this however they want. I know there's other comments and stuff coming in, so I will get to everybody. Let me, I'm just going to go through this really quick here for Larry. So we got a menu bar. We'll start off there, and let's go to new top list window. All right. And you want to race on biggest losers. So let's do the biggest change from close, but from the open, but from the down. So the first thing I've done is I'm in a top list window, and anybody that wants to follow along and do this with me, let's go change from open. All right. And we're going to select change from open %. All right. And I want to show the column. All right. First, and make sure that I've got that column. Come back to search. All right. And I want to sort by that. And I want the smallest on top because we're looking for losers. We want the winners. We want the biggest on top. So the first part of the scan now says, however we find stocks, whatever stocks we're finding, we're putting the biggest losers up top, number 1. All right. And then let's come back to search. All right. We want price. Price is one of the first things that we come across. Let's click on that. Let's add that filter. And I don't know what price range you want, but I'm going to go with, if you're looking for losers, I'm going to go with a minimum of $5. I don't know. I'll put a maximum of $250 in here. But again, you can always change this later in the, when I share it and edit it, or anybody that's following along could just change it to whatever they want, right? And then we need some volume. So let's go with volume and shares today. So it's right towards the top 2. We could see volume, shares. Let's add that filter. I don't know. Let's throw in 350,000 shares on there. So if it's traded less than 350,000 shares, it won't come on the scan. If it's traded more, it will. What else are we looking for here? Trying to think what else to put on here besides just losers in that sense. That gives us, moves down. So when it comes to races and top lists, I don't like to filter too much because we're going to filter and sort. So we're really narrowing stuff down. Let's go with, make sure we're looking at something that's actively traded. So let's go with volume. Let's type volume. And I want this 5-minute volume here. I'm going to add that filter. I'm going to throw 15 in the minimum just to make sure it's not something that traded a few big lots down and then that's it. It's not trading anymore. We want something that's actively trading now. And we're going to call this biggest losers race. From the open. All right. Let's just take a look at what we've got going on here. So MEGL, easy come, easy go, right? This is why part of me is like, oh, you should have held overnight this morning. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning and I see it, gapping way up in the morning. I think it was like 22, 23 bucks somewhere in the pre-market. It opened up and you got a lot of bag holders. Now you got all the bag holders from back here and here. And you very well may have some bag holders who bought on the close yesterday thinking they were going to get the monster move. And they said, no, I'm not selling. No, I'm not selling. I'm underwater. So that's why I would never have interest in swing trading something like that. Perhaps if I had $11 billion in the bank and, taking a loss wasn't a big deal to me and I wanted to hold it as a lottery ticket, but I don't think you get that kind of money by gambling like that. And so that's that. Anyways, with that said, these are going to be the stocks that load up on here. Sorry, just 1 second. I have so much software running right now. I gotta close a lot of things. Okay, that should be better now. So, all right, yeah. So we're looking okay here as far as these stocks go. And now we want to race them, right? So we can right click, launch real-time stock race. All right. It's going to launch automatically, which I don't care for, but we're going to pause it. We're going to right click and we're going to go to show race setup. All right. Now for me, I run 3-minute races. You're welcome to change that to whatever you want. All right. I run 10 lanes and we're going to do change from the open. And the only options we'll hear on the based on are going to be ones that are columns. So if you want to race on something different than this, you have to add that as a column. All right. So there's change from open. And when we sort on, we want to sort on a delta value. All right. And that's it. Now, if you wanted to add something else as a column to the race, I don't need this top list anymore. This top list is all done. Goodbye. All right. The top list exists in here now. All right. We can open that top list again. Bang, right there by right clicking. See? Open top list. We can come into the configure and we can go to advanced configure and we have the top list window configure again, right? So if I wanted to change something, let's say I wanted to race on change, 2 minutes percent or something like that. I could highlight that and go show column. All right. I'm going to press OK and OK and OK. And now see, change 2 minutes is there if I wanted it. But, just giving you for an example here, essentially. All right. We want to race on the change from open. Where's my mouse? There we go. And biggest loser wins. And descending. And I think that's everything. Let's take a look here. We're going to start that race up. And let's take a look at what's happening here. All right, so FULC started to pull up. See if it can't make a move down. HNRG. All right, so these are all your biggest losers on the day based on what we're filtering on, right? And these are going to be the down the most from the open. Now, if you want down the most from the close, we can do that too as well. Haven't looked at the comments in a minute while I was building that, so just let me catch up here. All right, so Larry, you're looking good, like you like what we did there. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Let me rename this actually. Configure, advanced, just so I know where it was when I go to clean my cloud out. From support Webby. And always, 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 I ask, please make sure you save anything I ever share to the cloud or save it locally or both. Just because I go through and I clean out my cloud every now and again, and if I don't use it, I get rid of it. You know, I get rid of the race or the scan in general. So there's that for you. Now, this is going to tie in with what you're asking, Ethan, and for Larry or for anybody else in general with the racing. I've only done long races, to be honest. I mean, I've built some short races for people, but I don't use them. I haven't used them. So with that said, I always use change from open, because if something gaps down and then it has a big reversal day, if I'm using change from close, I'm not going to see that on if I want a positive change, if I'm scanning and sorting on a positive change from close. But I'm scanning and sorting on a positive change from open, something could have gapped down, it reversed up, and I'm going to see it. And it could be the same, could be true in the opposite direction. So I'm going to hold that logic to be true for the moment. I don't know that it is or isn't on the short, but something could gap way up, right? And then reverse and give it all up and be a great short opportunity. But if we were looking at change from close and something gapped way up and was fading, I might not see it because it still could be, let's say, 1, 2, 3% above the close. And even though it's 10% off the highs and was a great short, I would have never seen it because I was doing based on change from close, not change from open. Case in point, FRZA. I mean, this would have been a great short. Someone found it in here and here and here and here, you know, all the way, you know, that thing got brought down almost all the way to $7 from $10.50, right? But I had never seen this opportunity, right? And it's probably been on the race throughout a lot of the day, to be honest. So that's, you know, that's my 2 cents on change from open versus change from close. No, I don't, Larry. I don't have a homepage. I'm not that special. I am like the most, while I understand most of the advanced features of trade ideas very, very well, and I put them through the test when I'm doing testing of the software, beta testing of the software. I don't use much for scans. In all honesty, almost everything you see here is just to fill space. So let me get rid of that. In all honesty, I don't really look at Holly very much anymore. I used to when I was a very new trader. I used her in various ways. I just don't look at her very much, but I just have her here because I get asked questions about Holly on occasion. I need it for screenshots. And then everything I mark with an X is almost exactly the same. So this scan, and this scan are essentially all the same scans. This one and this one that now have the X in the circle are exactly the same scans. The only difference is this, I'm sorting on winners in chronological order. And this one, I'm sorting by the top 10 winners only right here. This one, the only difference on this scan here compared to this one and this one is that this has a higher price range on it. That's it. Everything else is the same. This scan, let me get rid of those. Now, these ones that I'm about to scribble on right here, these ones are 2 of the original races I had ever made. Well, I say this one here is one of the original races I ever made, and then this one came about a month or 2 later. But I don't use them anymore. I never look at them all day long. They're just there, taking up space. So, but if you see any windows you want from me, I'm happy to share them. I'll share everything that I've got right here as far as scans right now. While I'll always say there is no magic scan, this one I call a Bollinger, a B-band scan. I don't know why it says change 5-minute percent. That's old. It's not really a change 5-minute percent anymore. I got rid of that. This Bollinger Band scan, essentially, though, this thing has been fire since like the beginning of April. Like, I mean, every day, at least 3 really great trades come out of it. At least. Maybe there when the market had some of its worst days, a couple of, over the last couple of months, maybe 1 or 2 good ideas from it on the long side, but that's still pretty good, I think, all things considered, seeing we were in a hefty bear market. So I'm going to share out the windows that I use as far as scans go for you, Larry, or of course anybody else. Race. Or no, let's hold on. Bollinger, sorry, typing the wrong thing. So share, copy. So there's one for you. So whoever wants these, you're all welcome though. And let's see, let me find these other ones. Sorry, my mind was drawing blank. It's TOCK. So this is the relative volume VWAP one. I just had a thought. Oops, sorry, clicking the wrong things here. Just had a thought. All right, those are the 3 scans that you see on my screen. And like I said, I know there's 5 there, but 3 of them are exactly the same. So there are those scans. Now let me check to make sure. All right, so Joe, you got those scans as well as Larry now. So Anil, if you can't get the racer to work for you, I'm guessing you're on an older version of Trade Ideas and you need to update. That's what I surmise without being with no other details. I can't get it to work is kind of vague on me. But go to help and about. And this is for everybody. You should all be on 5.5.3. I'm on 5.5 or 5.6.3. I'm on 6.4. This will be what comes out next for you folks, or well, it might be 0.5 or 0.6, but we're already into the next phase here internally. But you should have 5.6.3. Everybody should be on that. All right. If you're not on that, that's probably why the races aren't working. So let me know there, Neil. All right, I'm just scanning back through. Let's see. Poor Holly. No, I know. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's my things with Holly. I didn't create the strategies in them, right? So I don't, while there's a synopsis that describes what the strategies look for, it's still not the same as when you craft a scan yourself, number one. Number two, I like to trade stocks $30 and under. Sometimes I go up 40. I never know what she's coming with, all right? So it's like I can't really focus on a window that I'm not prepared for. I'm prepared for what's coming through these windows here. And that's my biggest thing with Holly. When I didn't have my own trading plan and my own trading system, Holly was great because she gave me a stop loss every time, a timed exit and or a target. And then, she had her conservative exit reasons, profit save, profit save and reduce risk. So before I understood what risk management was, Holly was great in that sense of pointing me towards, hey, my risk management may not be perfect because there is no perfect one, but here's some risk management. And if you don't have risk management, you can't be a successful trader. And that's what I used a lot of Holly for, especially the first couple of years. I also used Holly in this regard. If Holly's going all along and then she just keeps getting stopped out and the market's kind of sideways or fading / sideways, that tells me that maybe the trades that I'm in, if I'm up and they start to give some back, take some of that profit or take all of that profit because it isn't looking good for long trades in general at the moment. Not to say that that's Holly's the end all be all. Oh, Holly isn't working, so all trades aren't going to work. That's not what I'm implying. But what I'm implying is Holly can be a good pulse for what's going on. All right. So let's look here right now. And what I would glean from this is this was more of a risk on kind of day with moderate profit. And forget aggressive. Aggressive doesn't count. Aggressive is garbage. I don't care if I hurt anybody's feelings or get in trouble for saying that. Aggressive is the stupidest thing on the planet. All right. Aggressive means you trade without a stop. That's not trading. That's gambling. Set your money on fire. It'll be a lot easier when you set your money on fire and it's just all gone. But I do believe in moderate and conservative modes because they both carry stops, right? And so we could see by letting trades play overall today, Holly was up. Where if you just followed her exits, you're down, and it's got a $500 spread right there essentially, or $480 spread right now, more or less. So that's something big to glean from there, I think. Also, I think Holly makes some pretty darn good entries, but her exits aren't always the greatest, right? So she got out here on a profit save. So let's check this out, right? Should have not got out on that profit save, I'm guessing. Well, let's take a look. Let's put Holly's juice up here. So yeah, Holly got out really early on this one, right? And then it kept going. And we got a timed exit here. So that looks like it worked well, right? You could have probably taken a little more off here, and especially when the market started to roll, started to get a little toppy. Some people might have recognized that. Some people might not have, but worked well there. Let's take a look at profit save again. So now I think she exited this late, right? So she gets in the trade right here. Trade works. We pull back. Start getting these topping shadows and kind of sideways, and then you get 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles down. And on the fourth one, she finally decides to get out. And so she gets out for probably just a few pennies, to be honest, at this point. And you left all that money on the table by letting it fade. So decent entry, bad exit, right? And so this is why human and machine, I think, is super, super, super important. Not just following Holly blindly, right? What else do we have here? Let's see. Reduce risk. Wow, I didn't even realize the market closed already. We're at 410. My goodness. So, all right. She makes an entry here. We come up. We can't recover. And we already know we're in a stock that gapped down, right? We already know it's a stock that gapped down. So as soon as we couldn't get through this level from earlier in the day, I would have personally said, time to take profits on this fade. And you got, half an hour of fading or more while you had the sideways and buyers and sellers really struggling when you had the same thing earlier in the day right here. So again, an okay entry, not stellar, but not bad, but not a good exit. That's just, these are my personal unbiased opinions on some of this here. So I think Holly left a lot on the table with her risk management today. The problem is her risk management is set and programmed for the strategy itself. She can't just adjust on the fly. We're not there yet. Might be something that comes down the road. At what point, couldn't say exactly, but with that said, keep these things in mind. So that's kind of my short and skinny on Holly here. Another one here, she makes an entry here, exits here on a reduced risk again. So, and that reduced risk left some money on the table. So there you have it, sports fans. A message I want to type back. All right, and sorry, I see comments are coming through. Questions, comments. Let's go. Sorry, just sounded funny, like you're talking about an animated person or blow up. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if Holly has feelings. What does it look for? Can you elaborate for me, Jason, a little bit by what does it look for? If you're looking for if your question is what Holly is looking for, she's got like 50 something base strategies. So let me give you this link to the Holly guide, and this is for anybody. Sorry, just find my web page. Holly, virtual trade assistant, copy and paste. All right, there we go. Where was I? Lost my train of thought. So, oh yeah, dropping the Holly guide. I apologize. There's the Holly guide for you all, and it'll go over the base strategies and all that. A lot of good stuff in there. So, and again, anybody with questions, fire out for me. Sorry, just helping someone on the message here. Alrighty. No questions for me. Alrighty. And again, Jason, if you can elaborate, I'll go into more detail on what does it look for. But I think you were talking about Holly and her strategies, and so a lot of it's covered in there. Hi, Chris. Is there a filter to check stocks near the lows for a certain time period or 1 year? Yes. There are lots of filters like that. So if we go to a configure, advanced, search, so I just went fixed time frame. And we're going to have all these things here that have fixed time frames for different positions. So you've got, ranges here all the way to 120 minutes, or excuse me, 5-day range, 10-day range, 20-day range. We got consecutive candles. We've got the changeover up to 120 minutes. We have, that doesn't illustrate everything I wanted it to. We have position and range. Let me get rid of that drawing. So we've got position and range from 5 minutes all the way to 2-year range to lifetime range. Year, 9 months, 6 months, 3 months. So those are all options: 20, 10, 5 days. So those are all ones that I can point you to right there for that there, Raj. righty. We're cooking along. You got it, Raj. So let's get rid of that. And let's take a look here. So what did the market do? I really haven't looked at the market a whole lot in the last couple of weeks, and last week plus. So I saw when I was on vacation last week that started to happen. A little topping shadow here that happens today, right? Let's move this. Let's not move that line. I want to leave that line. So I'd say that line was a big deal today. What do you all think? What's the verdict here? Here, 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 and here again. So over the last literally year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major touches on that line. And that's not just daily touches, right? There's several days involved in a lot of those touches. So I would say that's a big deal, that 430 line, right? Whole numbers, psychological. Is it magic? Nope. But, there it is. There you have it, sports fans. Thanks, Raj. I appreciate that. No, it was a very, very nice, relaxing time. My one vacation for the year. The only other days I take off are for a doctor's appointment. So it was much needed decompression. I appreciate that. There are some of her strategies. So essentially, Holly's an alert window at the core. Just like any other alert window. Like I've got an alert window right here. But then, she goes into this optimizer every night that does back testing, just like this back test right here. I'm going to run this back test. Only she can do this thousands of times for each strategy every night and optimizes them, not just back testing them. The optimizer works for her too, like that. I think they call it like the hopper or something like that. So the original base strategies that are always put in, don't look the same anymore. After a week, a month, a year, they're tweaked. Now, some of the filters on the strategies will not tweak. So, for example, there's a strategy called Mighty Mouse that's looking for small price stocks. So it won't change the price filter on that stock, but it might change it. Let's just say, for example, it has RSI in it. It might change the RSI, or if it's using a change over X amount of time, it might change that X amount of time. Now, your question is about the overall market. Some of the strategies, I don't know which ones, have a SPY filter component in them. And that's that, so we can look here and I can show you configure. It's actually an S&P filter. I'm sorry. So we go change. We have these ones here, and mostly any of them that use the S&P filter. I don't know which time frame, but that filter is in a number of Holly strategies right there. All right, so cooking right along there. So let me know if that makes sense there, Jason. So that would be like the overall market behavior kind of thing. Get rid of that. Is this live? And if so, when does it start? Thank you. So welcome, Ross. Yes, I am live. This live stream itself opens at 9:30 a.m. Eastern every day. 9 a.m. Eastern every day. 9 a.m. Eastern every day. From 9 to noon Eastern, it's more of a trading room. A gentleman named Barry runs it, moderates it. He shares his screen, talks about things that he's looking at. We never recommend what to buy, sell, hold, do. If you say, hey, what do you think of this chart? We're going to say, look, it's above this SMA or it's above this pivot line, but we'll never say that's a buy level or that's a sell level or that looks like this is, we just talk about what we literally see on the charts, but we're not giving you a game plan on any of the charts. At noon Eastern every day, one of the other traders takes over for a live Q&A that's similar to what I'm doing right now. Each noon Eastern day, there's a different trader. And then Monday through Friday at 3:30 Eastern, I take over from Barry for the balance of the day. I go from 3:30 Eastern to 4:30 Eastern. And it's just a live open forum here. If you want to ask about the software, if you have a chart you want me to look at, I'm not going to, do nonstop charts for people and give my thoughts on them. But like I said, you'll never hear me say, oh, that's buy, that's sell. This is that, but I'll talk about it just like I do with SPY here. That's a significant pivot line. That's a significant pivot line. Does that mean it's a buy or a sell? Nope. It just means it's significant. That type of stuff right there, Ross. So, but mostly, anything's fair game. Meant your Bollinger list. Nope. There's no overall market component to this at all. So right here, if I go to the configure, this is what I'm scanning for. So there's a multiple set way that the races work. And so for anybody that's still kind of don't understand the races, the first part is scanning. So I said, scan, find me these stocks. And the stocks I want you to find me are between $2 and $100. And they have to have traded 250,000 shares on the day. They have to have traded a couple of shares within the last 15 minutes and the last 5 minutes. I don't need a lot, but I just want to know the stock is active. And I want them 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. The thought process behind this, and for those that don't know John Bollinger, who created Bollinger Band, said a break of the top band is momentum, buy, break of the lower band is momentum, sell. Now, that doesn't mean that's the end-all, be-all of it, but that's the short and skinny of what John Bollinger had created in the Bollinger Bands. Many people use Bollinger Bands as a revision to the mean. For those that don't know what a Bollinger Band is, it is 2 standard deviations above and 2 standard deviations below a 20 SMA. It's not a 20 daily SMA, just a 20 SMA. So whatever period chart you're looking at, 15-minute, daily, hour chart, whatever it is, a 20 SMA on that chart, a Bollinger Band is 2 standard deviations above and below that SMA. And so in the spirit of John Bollinger, I created the scan using the Bollinger Bands to try to find stocks that had strong momentum to the upside that hadn't quite broke the upper band yet, but might be breaking it. They could either about to break it or have broken it. And that's all I'm looking for in this. So I've asked it to find me stocks that look like that. Once the scan has found stocks that look like that, I got to sort them, right? What order do they go in? So I said, I want you to sort them. The ones that are the biggest change from the open, I want at the top of the list. So that's what I've gotten with this, all right? So that's what the scan is looking for, number one. And then we can see that, here, press OK. And if I go to the actual top list and I bring that top list over here, you're going to see that. And these are all the stocks that meet that criteria, with the biggest ones with the change from open, the highest on the list here, right? Based on a percent, not based on dollars as well. So that's what I've done there. Then I tell the race, now that we found all those stocks, I want you to start them like they're all starting even and tell me what's moving now. And that's where the race setup comes in. I do 3-minute races. I base it on the change from open with a delta value. Again, that's basically saying I want everything starting from even. GLBS is going nuts right now. Yeah, volume. 3,800 on the 1-minute volume. 11,000 on the 5-minute volume. Ain't that something? So, and that's essentially what I've done with this race, and it just seems to find a few really good winners every day. Some days better than others, but that's the short and skinny of it. So hopefully that made sense, Jason. If I didn't cover that or someone else didn't understand what I was explaining in the race, please let me know what part you didn't understand. And again, I'll go right back over that. What would you watch for identifying gappers for morning momentum? I don't really care for stock. I mean, it's not that I don't care for stock gaps, but if stock gaps up, I want to show you a few things here. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Let me get rid of this risk management crap. One of these is going to get it. All right, so AMTD, right? This thing gaps up and just starts to fade, right? So what I'm looking for here is I don't want to go and chase that gap. I like an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. I also like a 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Actually, I like the 8 EMA and 20 SMA. Yeah, 8 EMA and 20 SMA on all time frames, but I'm using 15-minute charts mostly right these days. And I want to see what happens when it catches that. You know, I might, if something was consolidating and it looks like all of a sudden volume's coming back into it when it's consolidating, I might not wait for the EMA to catch all the way up and take a trade. But here we could see that it's consolidating with declining volume. Very much I am not interested in the gap up with declining volume consolidating. Not my cup of tea. Now, this thing could have very well taken off, and it would have left the trading station without me, but it didn't. And I would bet you more times than not, when you see a situation like this, you've got a fader for at least a certain period of time. We can see here when it finally caught that EMA that I like, and it's not a magic EMA. There's nothing special about it. I just happen to like this one. I really didn't have it for it. Couldn't hold it. Got weak again. So that's my thing with gap ups. I like it when stocks don't gap, to be honest. I prefer them not to gap. Gaps like to be filled. And case in point, look at this. Big gap up. What did we do with that gap? We filled that gap. Now maybe we want to get going again. A big gap up, fading volume to fill the gap. And then we had a new gap up with some new volume and new life on it. Someone might look at that and say, you know what? I need to keep this on a watch list. Now, to me, it's a day trading vehicle. I have zero interest in it unless it shows up on my scanner tomorrow and it has increasing volume and does the things that I like. But you can't not note these. You know, these are things that I see as a technician on the charts. And like I said, gaps love to be filled. Gaps were made to be filled. So there we have it with that. So, oh yeah, they're talking about. So, if anybody's here, they're not involved in it. I mean, you're welcome. You know, the test drive. If someone wants to sign up for the test drive, that's here. They haven't signed up for it. I mean, it's $11.11. You'll get access to the software until the end of the day on the 29th of August. So I know it says 2 weeks, but it's a fixed 2-week period. So, you know, you missed yesterday, you missed today, but it's still a much better deal than just taking a subscription for testing the software for a month. So, I mean, if someone wants to, you know, there it is. If you're here and you haven't signed up for the test drive already, there it is. It's $11.11. I think it's a very small investment to make if you're really looking to learn trading. So, while we don't quote unquote teach trading, I am a completely self-taught trader through the software and through the community of trade ideas between, you know, the traders room with Barry, the webinars with Andy, Steve, Jamie, Brad, Dan, Michael, Sean, who's now unfortunately left us for other endeavors. But, you know, just by hanging around, taking notes, I didn't understand what an SMA is. I wrote it down. I went and looked it up. I didn't know what an EMA was. I didn't know what an RSI was. I didn't know what a pivot was. I didn't know what a support or resistance. I didn't know what candlestick charting was. You know, in April of 2017, I had no idea what candlestick charting was. I taught myself all these things, and here I am. So a lot of hard work, but certainly paid off. Sava, what's happened in Sava? They had that bad report that came out, and then they fired back, right? And then they gapped down, they gapped up. Ooh, Sava. Get some. Let's throw in some. Let's put on our post market. So big pop there. They must have had some news, right? So, how the mighty have fallen. Sava was way up here after mass. I remember this was like a $3 stock or something like that. Yeah. I remember the stock way back. I remember the stock back in 2019. But yeah, had that massive move and a pullback and a massive move. So look, not only has this done it once, but it's done it multiple times. So could it do it again? Sure. I mean, lottery ticket if you're just going to blindly go at it, but certainly a stock worth watching. Massive move, massive move, massive move, big move, massive move, big move. But note, has been in a major decline overall since it topped out at about 150. But all the same, we know it can do it. It's only 37 million in that float. Huge short float. So if this thing starts to get really going, let's say this thing gets over 30, for example, you're going to have a lot of people that are short that stock from back in here. They're going to be forced to cover. They're going to be margined, probably a number of them. So I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying these are things that are possible and could happen. Just always, like to make sure that I'm clear about that. So, all right. We're at 4:35. Normally I wrap up at 4:30 every day. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll stick around for another minute or two, or I'll begin to walk us out on this here. So, all right. You know what? Real fast. Let's look at some sectors really fast before we go. So, retail. So, big lots. Peter mentioned big lots earlier, right? Wow, big lots looked exactly like this. No. Let's bring back that big lots chart, right? Should have known this earlier. Sorry, Peter. I should have pointed this out earlier, right? Let me get rid of this on the post market, right? So a gap up and a fade, and then we ran, and we gave it up, and we kind of just flattened sideways, right? On big lots. Now let's watch XRT. Pretty similar stuff going on right there on that drawing. I didn't change that drawing. All I did was change the chart. So there you have it, sports fans. Retail, really big reversal off that bottom. You got your steelies, right? Your steel sector. All right. You see a lot of sectors making some breaks here, except for B-Dry. Into the dungeon it goes. Your banks, I'm seeing a lot of banking stocks on my evening scan when I was going through it last night and this morning. So maybe keep an eye on your banks. I want to end this with energy. I have said for months and months and months now, right? Anybody that knows me knows what I've said. I said, watch out on energy. All right. I was one of the biggest energy bulls starting back here. Okay. No, that's a lie. That wasn't even back there. What date is that? 21. I became an energy bull back here. I was very early, I thought. But after those lows through COVID, I said, you watch with energy. And we took a tick down, we moved up. And we took a tick down, we moved up. And we took a tick down, and then we started to really climb for some capitulation. All right. Now, the XOP is exploration for natural gas and oil. The government of the United States and then other governments started chiming in right here before capitulation happened there about price caps on energy and so on and so forth. And I think everybody can agree once any government starts to get involved in things, they screw it up royally, because that's what governments do. They're huge, slow bureaucracies that are out of touch with reality. I'm not an anarchist. We absolutely need law and rule and all those things like that, and pay your taxes and stuff like that. But I said, I don't want to be invested in anything that the government is talking about in general. And so I had closed out all my energy trades back here. I stopped trading energy stocks basically at all, and that ensued, right? And while we've seen some recovery in this, right, we have seen the overall market outperform energy overall. I think that energy prices continue to go up. I just don't think that, even though energy stocks will participate, most likely, they will not participate proportional to what we pay for energy as far as stocks go, with the exception of natural gas, which just touched multi-decade highs on the NYMEX. And here you have it, sports fans. All right. Now, I got yelled at here. Natural gas is dead. I said, I don't think so. And natural gas was dead here and there and there and there. And it was really dead here. And I got called all kinds of names on Twitter when I said, natural gas going to the moon still. And here we are, sports fans. I still think natural gas is going to the moon. You've got whatever's going on playing out in global situations, and too much regulation that you can't get the gas out of the ground fast enough, you can't transport it fast enough. It's supply and demand, really simple stuff. The supply well outpaces the demand, and unfortunately, many people in this world are unrealistic about what we need to keep the energy turned on and the lights turned on and the refrigerators cold and all those things like that. So I think if you look at energy, you want to be looking at natural gas for sure. That's my 2 cents. The XLE and the XOP look pretty good, right? Sure. Actually, the XOP looks much better, and I'm a bigger fan of the XOP because it's exploration of gas as well as oil, versus the XLE is more oil-centric. Put that up against a chart of anything else that's been really moving lately, including a SPY or Q's chart. Don't look as good to me. It's underperforming the market now after it well outpaced it for over a year. Just my 2 cents. I'm just a simple person with some charts, but that's what I think there. So, yes, Jason, all SMAs at the moment for scanning. I will say, unfortunately, I wish we had some EMAs. I don't know how much I'd use them in scanning anymore, to be honest. But I think we should have them. As a quote unquote something coming down the pipeline that I'm not promising, but we're making some big changes on our overall server system here. And so the way things work for us right now, it's very hard for us to add new data points to the software because the billions of data points that each filter create, and then that we have to make sure that we are always cross-checking and that everything is working right. The way our server system works now, we are migrating a huge portion of it to a different service, essentially, or a different server setup that is going to allow us a lot more flexibilities and freedoms. We're on schedule to have that migration complete by the end of this calendar year. And I am led to believe that means we will be able to start adding some more filters again, more readily and more easily. I can't promise what will get added or when it will get added, but these are things that I'm told, and so I can only work with what I'm told. So that's all I can say. So, all right, we're at 4:43. That's going to do it for me on the day today, folks. I do greatly, as always, appreciate you all popping in, the questions, the comments, all the interactions. Anybody that knows me that I'm really, really big on community. If you're looking for a get rich quick scheme, if you're looking, for that thing where like, I'm gonna just make it as a trader in 3 months, I'll be paying all my bills and all that. Not gonna happen. I'm sorry. That's not how trading works. All right. You're opening a business when you start trading, right? And this is, I'm doing this. Normally I don't do this walkout all the time. I usually say this kind of stuff on Fridays, but we've got to test drivers here. You don't go to a bank and say, hey, I want to start a business. Can I have a loan? And when they say, sure, what's the business plan? You say, well, I don't have one. I just got an idea for a business. They're never going to give you a loan, right? Trading's not a job. It's a business. You're opening your own business. You're going to come to yourself and ask yourself for that loan to start your business of trading, right? If you don't have a trading plan, well, why would you give yourself money to start that? Would you go open a restaurant without a plan? Would you go open a retail store? Would you go open a grocery store? Would you go open a bank? Would you open a transportation? Would you open a car dealership? Would you open, a taxi service? You wouldn't do any of this stuff without a plan, right, is my point. So risk management plan. Ask yourself these questions every time before you enter a trade. What's my stop? Why is it my stop? How do I share size? If the trade becomes a winner, how do I manage it as a winner? You can answer those 4 questions before you get in every single trade. You're ahead of every single person that does not do that. So that's my short and skinny on all that. Can you make races from top lists of sectors? Sure, absolutely, you could. I created a watch list of sectors. So this list here, this sector analysis list here, I created a list that you can access through the software. If you go to configure and you go to the advanced and go to symbols list, go to add existing list, look for sector analysis user's guide, and that's this list here that I created on sectors. I might actually have a top list I can share with for you, and then I'm really done. Load from cloud. Let me make sure this is the right one here before I go sharing it out. Yep. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share this out. If anybody wants that sector list that I just brought over a moment ago, load from cloud, sector. Copy. Okay, and paste. And you can turn a race into that. All right, so there's that for everybody. And I believe that's everything. So again, I thank you all very, very kindly for popping in. I do hope you'll all come back tomorrow. I do hope you'll tell your uncle, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your wife, your dog, your cousin, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your significant other, your dog walker, your cat sitter, your hamster racer, your horse trainer. Tell everybody about us. Get them in here, please. Like I said, I always say everybody's got an agenda. I've got an agenda. I want, my agenda is to get more people subscribe to Trade Ideas and get them as successful traders. So, my agenda only works if you folks become successful traders. So thank you, Raj. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the positivity in here. And we will do this all again tomorrow on What Can Happen Wednesday. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Bye-bye.